Good afternoon, everyone. It is 5:30, and I would like to call this meeting to order so we can begin on time. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Greg Mortensen to please lead us in the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Mortensen. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Madam Secretary, if you could please call roll.
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak Joe Intep.
Present.
Doug Otto.
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Here.
Item 2.4, reporting on closed session items. So we didn't take any vote on any item. We did give direction to staff, but nothing was actually requiring of a vote. And we will need to reconvene after the open session for another closed session.
Madam President, could
Yes.
you tell me which items you'll be reconvening on?
Yes, we will be reconvening to continue item 1.6. We did conclude 1.4, 1.5, and 1.7.
Thank you.
And are there any public comments on, I'm sorry. Any introductions or recognitions, please? Anyone? All right. So we will go to item 2.6. Are there any public comments on agenda items?
I have none.
We have none at this time. And item 2.7, approval of the minutes of October 23rd, our board meeting. We did make a couple of very minor corrections. They did not change the content.
Move approval with minor changes.
Second.
Any discussion on that? All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And now Dr. Romali, please, the superintendent president report.
Yes, ma'am. Did you want to do Greg Mortensen? What's that? Did you want to do Greg Mortensen first?
I think we were going to do reorder the agenda.
You're at 3.1.
Okay, no problem. Good evening, everyone. It's great to see everyone here tonight. I don't want to scare you, but I do have a 51-slide presentation. However, I do have a compromise. The compromise is to show you the first 2 slides and then email you the rest, and you'll see why in just a moment. Dario, do I do? Okay. As you know, we had some tremendous success over the last couple of years. We increased our graduation 30% last year and roughly 30% again this year. So as you know, we made a presentation a year or 2 ago showing that we were near the bottom of the state, of the 72 districts in the state in terms of our rankings for completions. And we were trying very hard under the student-centered funding formula to improve those results. And with the final reporting due in October for completions, we are now able to bring you the final numbers and where we stand. And we wanted to show you a 5-year history so you could get where we were going. In 2014 and 15, total awards, we were ranked 72 out of 72, 72 being at the bottom. And then we broke out degrees only and certificates only. As you can see, we were unfortunately near the bottom of the 72. This is what happened in 15, 16. The numbers improved a little bit in certificates, but still no improvement. 16, 17, again, very slight improvement, but heading in the right direction. 17, 18, still no improvement. However, that year we did increase graduation 30%. but it was not enough to move the numbers in the state. It was not enough to get us up out of the basement there. So I wish we had a drum roll so we could show you how we did this year. There you go. We increased graduation again 30% this year, and we were able to move the dial. So hang on to your seats, folks. Total awards in 18, we're up to number 42 in the state. 41 people aren't going to like me next year. Degrees only, we moved up to 54. Certificates only, we're up to 29. Now, that's absolutely incredible. But how did we improve compared to everyone else? Because this was a competitive year. Everyone was going after those student-centered funding formula dollars. Did we do better than everyone else or worse? Well, in total awards, we were ranked at number 42, second most improved in the state. So we beat all but one. Siskiyous, we're coming for you. In degrees, we got up to number 54, number 8 most improved in the state. So that's amazing. Certificates, we got up to 29, most improved in the state. So I'm sure you'll be okay with the compromise that the other 50 slides get emailed to you, because they are great news, but this is the best news. Now what we need to do is go to CCLC tomorrow, and now that we've worked on all of our internal, making sure that we are exceeding and excelling on the student-centered funding formula, now I need the external to catch up with us. I need that formula fixed and made equitable for our Latino and our Black students, period. And I won't hear anything less than that. The next thing we need to have done is we need our legislature to catch up to us and make sure that Title V reflects the colleges and rewards the colleges rather than cutting the colleges who are providing this kind of service to disadvantaged populations, and make sure that that is not ignored. So we begin work on that tomorrow, Dr. Baxter. But this is not one person or 2 people or 3 people doing a great job. This is systemic, programmatic change, district-wide. It's every single person picking up their effort and their arms and putting it all together. It's unions working together, unified with senates. It's faculty working in the classroom. It's classified working their tails off. It's adjunct faculty showing up and performing. And most importantly, there is no more, you'll hear me say this till I'm blue in the face, there's no more important job that I can do to get a student across the stage. That's it, that's my job. To get students across the stage in a way that's financially responsible, of course. That's it, that's my job. If I do that, I've done my job. I am more proud, and I know you are proud, so proud to hand someone a piece of paper, Alyssa, that says Long Beach City College Associate's degree on it. And I know you're so proud to get it. And so what this shows is that more students are getting that valuable piece of paper that has Long Beach City College on it. So I am so proud of you students for this accomplishment. This is your achievement. I'm proud of you faculty, staff, administrators, Board of Trustees for your support. This is everyone pitching in, and I just want to say thank you. We're gonna take this. You know, you see on the national front, you see the news over and over that no one's cracked the nut, no one's cracked the nut. And they have conference after conference after conference. Guess what, squirrels? We cracked the nut. So we're going to take these squirrels on the road, and we're going to tell other people how to do it, because we're going to help Long Beach City College, and we're going to help other people to show them how to crack this nut. So I want to thank you, Board of Trustees. I want to thank everybody here. We're going to shout this from the rooftops. Students, we love you. This is for you. So thank you.
Wow.
That is fantastic. I don't think anybody minds getting that report emailed to them after those news. So thank you very much. And Dr. O'Malley, really, we must commend you for the hard work that you've done leading this charge, and the staff, all of the vice presidents, all of the department heads, all of the faculty members, all the different support groups on campus. Your work certainly doesn't go unnoticed, and to have this data there to prove it is really remarkable. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to item 2.9, the ASB President Report. Alyssa?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, those were amazing numbers, and that's just, I know for sure, coming just for me personally, it's absolutely appreciated from the students, the amount of work and effort that the school always gives us. So it's amazing information there. But good evening, everyone. I hope everyone's staying dry and warm. I know the rain kind of surprised me, so I'm a little soaked today. But this month has definitely kept us extremely busy, so gear up for a couple pages of my report. So for October 24th to 27th, the cabinet and I were able to fly to Sacramento for the California Community College Student Affairs Association Conference. There we were able to connect with other community colleges while we all learned about how to best advocate for our constituents. For November 1st, with the help of our director, Navon Watson, ASB was able to host a complex community event. A complex community event panel centered around empowering women and utilizing our voices to spread awareness about human sex trafficking. For November 6th, a handful of the cabinet and I were able to meet and connect with our school's amazing foundation during the Hall of Fame dinner, honoring our 5 new inductees. For November 8th, the rep of sustainability, along with the president's ambassadors and I, were able to check out the horticulture department's fall festival at PCC. It was incredibly fun, and I was able to make a super cute pumpkin arrangement that's still sitting on my coffee table right now. November 9th, ASB welcomed students visiting the campus for the All-Star After School Youth Conference and was able to participate in a panel about why we chose to serve and how student government is in the community college setting. For November 13th, I was able to partake in the Healthy Vikings Movies for Mental Health event and was able to get more information on the types of mental health support we provide for our students. And last but not least, on November 16th, a handful of us actually participated in the annual 30-minute beach cleanup event at Rosie's Dog Beach, which was super fun. I know I listed a lot of events for this report, but it really has been very enriching to interact with different and unique groups this past month, so it was very much appreciated, and that's the end of my report.
Thank you very much, Alyssa. Great job. Our student trustee will not be here this evening, so we're going to move on to item 2.11 for our LBCC FA Bargaining President Report. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Board President Malauulu, board members, Superintendent President Dr. Romali, administrators, and others. 2 weeks ago, the president and VP of CCA, which is the Community College Association, which we belong to, visited our representative council meeting, and our members were able to hear updates of issues in the state, such as the Calbright online college, new student funding formula, non-credit initiatives, and the full-time, part-time issues. We were also able to voice our concerns to these individuals about how the FON is calculated and the impact of our students over AB 705 is just an example. FA would like to continue its practice of having FA representatives speak to the board to show the broader face of FA, meaning FA is more than just one person or a small group of faculty, but representative of the faculty as a whole. So tonight, we have the pleasure of introducing Ladira Barbie, who is one of the department heads of math and engineering, as well as a representative of FA on one of our college-wide committees. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Ladira Barbie.
Hello, thank you very much for having me this evening. I'd like to begin by telling you a little bit of background. I am familiar with many people here, but I don't even know if people know my story. And then I'd like to tell you about some of the exciting things happening in math. I was hired in fall of 2000 to a department that at that time had 11 full-time faculty and only 1 female. Today, we have 31 full-time faculty, 13 females. So I really appreciate the support that we've received from the administration to grow the department. In terms of my involvement, I currently am on the Health and Welfare with Jean. I'm currently on the Health and Welfare Committee, but I've also served as a Budget Advisory Co-Chair for 3 years. I've been in a Union Executive Board member for 3 years. I helped develop and implement the Success Centers, and at the urging of the then Vice President, I ended up running, with my arm being twisted a little bit, the Success Centers for 5 years. So I've been quite involved, and currently I'm serving 1.5 years, almost finishing my 2nd year as department co-chair in the mathematics and engineering department. But one more thing about me is that I am also currently in the 3rd year of an EDD program in higher education leadership. And this has been really exciting because I've got to apply a lot of what I've learned, not only within the classroom, but also within my leadership roles across campus. So I'll start there. So some of the exciting things the math department has been involved in is the Viking Summer Voyage. As you know, there were 3 main components: counseling, math, and student involvement. But math didn't just cover math. I grabbed everything I knew from my research and the literature review, and in addition to teaching math content, we taught resilience, we taught success strategies, we worked on self-efficacy. We gave those students not just math skills, but math and student survival skills. And that was a really exciting time this summer. And then I just found out on Monday, a couple faculty have been talking that they actually learned so much, and now they're using all these strategies in their classroom. So unintended free professional development, Jerry, you're doing good. Just a couple other quick things about the department. As many of you know, and Allison will be talking about later, the OER initiative has really been growing on the campus. We've been embracing it in math, and we keep finding new and new ways, if not OER, at least low cost. So we're really working towards ways to help our students. Part of that, and the AB 705, which I'll talk about in a second, is embedded tutors. Many departments across campus have embedded tutors, but we've really embraced the program, and one of, I think, the most key components is the training of the tutors, the training of the faculty, and this coming together to make it not just a service, but a successful service. And so the last 2 things I want to talk about are AB 705. The math department has worked in collaboration with the college to completely redesign the placement process for our 5 entry transfer level courses. They all now have co-requisite extra support models to give the students what they need. We're continuing to work on this program, and the faculty who participate every Friday work on professional development around strengthening this program. But I think the most successful thing for me is how we're thinking differently in math. This past Friday, I stole something from my doctorate classes the week before, and we had our department meeting in a different location, and we sat in a different way so we could start to think differently. Because the students we have today are not the students we had yesterday, so we know the skills and the techniques that we used yesterday don't work anymore. So as a department, we're discussing how we can address the needs of our students. So the math is a really exciting place to come. You're all welcome to visit us anytime. Thank you. I appreciate the administration's support.
Thank you. Ladera. That's Ladera Barbie put together. You get La Barbie. I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate Dr. Mortensen. Congratulations, Greg, on that title, your new title. In closing, I would like to thank Dr. Romali in her leadership that she's provided the college, and especially in her encouragement of faculty in finding creative approaches to increase student success Hint, hint. We just saw some of that a minute ago. And to talk about how, with her leadership, morale has really been increased by her fostering and nurturing, a supportive and nurturing environment for all faculty, and to be open to hear faculty issues and concerns. So we thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you both very much. And now we're going to move on to AFT. Robert?
Good evening, Madam President, the board, and Dr. Romali, Superintendent President. AFT is happy to report that we've been working strongly with HR, and the reclassification study should be coming out very soon, and we're all really happy about that. We've worked really hard to try to get this to the body as soon as we can. Also, I want to, it's kind of short this month because we've been kind of spending most of our time trying to get that forward. So I just want to thank all of you for your support in this area. And also, I wanted to wish you from Classified have a happy holidays next week. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here from CHI? Okay, so we are going to go to reordering of the agenda item 2.14, and we do have two requests per Dr. Romali to reorder item 4.1 and 4.6. Is that correct, Dr. Romali? Okay. Anybody else to reorder the agenda? Okay. Madam Secretary, do we need to vote on that reorganization, or we can just make it happen? All right. Sounds like a plan. Okay. So now we're going to move on to, I think that the person who will be here for item 4.1, she texted me about 5 minutes ago that she was parking. So we will skip item 4.1 and come back to it, and we will go to item 4.6, and I will defer that to Dr. Scott.
Thank you, President Malauulu. I also would like to congratulate Dr. Mortensen on his recent accomplishment, his doctorate, on healing post-traumatic stress disorder through theater. He has been putting his dissertation research into efforts designed to help LBCC students. I would like to ask Dr. Mortensen to come forward and to provide the board an update with what he's been doing recently. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank the Board of Trustees, Madam President Malauulu, Board of Trustee members, Superintendent President Romali, all vice presidents, administration, faculty, staff, friends, and colleagues. Let me dive in. First of all, thank you for those kind words and recognition. It still hasn't truly sunk in, I'll be honest with you. When the bills come in, I'm sure it will. With that, who am I? Well, I'm Greg Mortensen, professor of theater arts, and proud to say been here for 24 years. And beyond that, professional, 5 union membership, paid member, I should say, for 42 years in the industry. And so it's obviously, I love what I do and do what I love. What is Deploy the Arts? That's the title of this program. Well, deploy, to move into action. Arts, painting, sculpting, dance, theater, acting, performing. Storytelling is characters. So what is Deploy the Arts program? Why create it? Well, informally, since I first started instructing college, and with, let's say, Desert Storm, we now have, just from 1990 till now, we have 5.5 million living veterans. 25 commit suicide every day because of the symptoms of PTSD, as well as dependency on opioids and a lack of focus and finding true north. What Deploy the Arts is it came to me involuntarily through my father. He was a Korean War vet. My grandfather served in World War II. Great uncles who served in both World War I and World War II. And I asked them, those that were still living, well, how do I handle these veterans in my classroom? What do I do? And they all said a thread that was common. All they want to be is listened to. So what I do traditionally after we take first day roll is I say, and by the way, if there's any veterans here, please don't raise your hands, but just know here's my office number, here's my telephone number, and come by any time. If I can help you, I will. And they did and do, and I hope continue. And what that has informed me is what they need is just to be listened to. And what informed the doctorate dissertation was a study called DCRUIT that was done by the psychology department at New York University about 7 years ago. And it was clinical. And what they did was an experiment with a performing arts professional to come in and use exercises with Shakespeare with 200 volunteer veterans just for a summer and see if that could reduce PTSD and opioid dependency. Well, at the end of the summer, only 2 had left. 198 finished. Opioid use was reduced by over 38%, and symptoms of PTSD was reduced by 72%. Pretty remarkable. I wish to do this in an academic setting. Why? For college reintegration. We have students who don't know what veterans truly are. I hear this more often than not, and it's sort of scary in a way, is I'll ask the veterans, well, how do they address you? What do they say? And more often than not, the first question is, hey, how many people did you kill? Or have you ever seen somebody die? And I found that shocking, but then I understood this is also a culture of gaming, of desensitizing, of not really truly understanding. And it's not stupidity, it's ignorance, and ignorance can be fixed. So Deploy the Arts is based on what was discovered by that study, but now it's academic. And in our department, what we would use and implement are the works, both classical and contemporary, of Shakespeare, Johnson, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and modern narratives by Babe, DiPietro, and the like, Wilson, and the narratives that the college veterans will write themselves, combined with the VetNet handbook for the non-veteran students who can understand and really, oh, that's who I'm with. Oh, this is the world they came from. This is perhaps what they saw. So there's a common ground established. Why? For 2 reasons: equity and college successful reintegration. And what does that lead to? Well, that leads to everybody. It leads to society. It leads to a helping hand. And with that, we're the only program like this in the state. We're the flagship. We're the icebreaker. And I'm proud to say that the veterans that informed this program, 2 of them are still here. They're in the current show I'm directing now, which I'm actually late for the final dress rehearsal of. But believe me, they understand. So Deploy the Arts is framed by courses we have with theater arts. Our acronym is TART. No, it doesn't imply that. But what we have is levels 1, level 3, level 4, and the performing level of TART 49. These veterans and non-veterans will combine to collaborate and create art. We will perform it for the public, and it will be concentric circles of influence will go out. And that's our goal. College completion, reintegration, equity for all. Any questions, if I can take the time?
Any questions or comments?
Greg, you know,
Yes.
you and I talked about this at least 5 years ago, and I'm so glad that it's come to fruition, and congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
doctorate.
Thank you,
And
yes.
I thought it was a great idea then, and I think it's a wonderful idea now, because at the time, I didn't realize you wanted to integrate both, and I think that's a better way to go to affect everybody.
And if I can speak to that, I was told I had to. The Veterans Administration says you cannot, and by the way, this is not a cohort. It cannot be a cohort.
Oh, yeah.
No, it isn't. What it is an integration that has to be 85%, 15%. 85% non-veteran, 15% veteran. So there we are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
great.
but I welcomed it. And one vital thing I left out that I think is key is this program will be with mental health therapists and professionals in the classroom at the same time. So that's not in my wheelhouse. I can handle any level of theater. Just show me what you want. Comes to mental health, I struggle with my own. That's enough. The experts will be there, and they will help the veterans with anything that arises. So it's hand in hand.
That's great.
Anyone else?
I just want to say thank you for this presentation, for your work. I know a lot of times you talk about veterans, people think of World War II or Korean veterans, but the number of next generation veterans in Iraq, Afghanistan, post-Desert Storm, the students that we serve in our Veteran Service Center is really important. I mean, I have a number of really good friends that have served in Iraq and Afghanistan who have come back to community college and gone on to do some really great, successful things. But it's the reintegration, the connecting with people who don't understand what they've been through, who have overgeneralized questions that, you know, are inappropriate or may trigger or just not understanding what it means to serve. So it's really great to hear what you've developed in a integrated fashion, but also the academic work. I know there's been a number of faculty who have taken time away to do their doctorate research, and it's that synchronization or being able to bring it directly back to campus is just really invaluable, and it speaks to the professional development that you know, it's, if we didn't have that, you don't get these unique, innovative programs without that graduate level academic
Well,
rigor.
thank
So
you for that. And
really-
I can honestly say, without a
thank you for
doubt, everything that the dissertation and the doctoral journey informed gave me the tools to actually realize this. It showed me how. And, you know, knock wood, God willing, we'll keep going. So thank you.
Anyone else? Sure.
Yeah, I was very moved by your, excuse me, by your presentation and all the work that you've put into this. I live in this world to some extent in my own profession, and I see the need and the misunderstanding of what PTSD is and how service affects people, and to be able to integrate it onto our campus in the way that you're doing it and to grow yourself is very inspirational for all of us, I think, and a real example of, in my mind, what community colleges are all about. We take them as they come, we treat them as we can, and we help them grow and get out of here, and you're doing that.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sure.
I too wanted to thank you for your great work. One of the students that we work with, Trustee Baxter and I, have been working on this initiative since 2014-15 with a homeless veteran student, and you may come across some of those within your student groups that you're working with. And he really was a model for turning to arts, and he's very public about his situation, so I think we can disclose his name, but he produced a film, and he won an award, a very renowned award, and I encourage you to get in touch with him. He was one of our first students that we supported, and I can get you the name and contact information.
That would be terrific. Thank you.
So that your students can get in touch with him. And, you know, sometimes when you have veterans who have been in those dire circumstances and have gone through the trauma that firsthand, they have an ability to communicate better with their peers. So I definitely recommend you connect with him, and also through his art and through his film, maybe he can come and showcase it in your classrooms.
Absolutely.
In your classroom, that would be fantastic.
I would love the opportunity. Thank
yeah. In fact, he made a short documentary and film about PTSD and some of the innovative technology that addresses it. So I'm happy to put you in touch with him, and perhaps that would support your students in what you're doing.
Listen, I welcome anything like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. All right. I would like to add one thing, if I may. My current production is Lost in Place. It opens tomorrow night, and it does have two of our veteran students in it. One is a returning, he's alumni, and he just graduated with his BFA in theater arts from UC Santa Barbara, and that was an audition-only program. And he successfully completed it, and he's back as a guest artist. And he literally came to my acting class 5 years ago, having won a storytelling contest, and was dragged by his girlfriend to class. And here he is now, degreed and moving forward. So I wanted to share that.
Dr. Mortensen, my turn. I want to say a few things. First of all, congratulations on your successful completion of your doctoral degree. I know you were part of that initial cohort a couple of years ago, and several have completed this year, and we're very proud of all of you. Secondly, I just want to share with you, and I know that I've told you this in our private meetings, but I had a student once here who was a veteran, and we were studying embedded reporters, and I noticed that she had some symptom of PTSD while we were having that discussion, and I asked her to step outside, and she didn't want to talk about it then, and she shared with me how she had actually failed a history class because when it got to a certain subject, she didn't do well, and she had an adverse reaction to the content, and her professor was not sympathetic. So she felt like the anxiety of that memory was affecting her in my class, and it was the first time, to my knowledge, that I'd had a student who was a veteran in any of my classes. That had never happened before, and I learned from that. And as a follow-up to that, the college offered a PTSD and traumatic brain injury training for faculty above the library a few years ago, and I remember attending that because of that student. I would not have attended had it not been for her in my class and the way she reacted. So there's a lot to be said about the work that you're doing, exposing faculty and students and the community at large to issues that we may never have considered. Right. So I really commend you for that.
Thank you.
Lastly, you have the distinction of being, one day when I write my book of life, you will be one of the people who gets to put a check mark next to one of my bucket list items, because when I got elected to this board, I sat down and wrote a bunch of goals of things I wanted to accomplish. And one of them was something to do with theater in the community. And 2 years ago, we were able to produce We Are Long Beach. And I thank you very much. And even though we haven't been able to make it happen again because of our busy schedules, it is something that, hopefully we can do or collaborate to do again in the future, because that was an opportunity for the community. We held it at the PCC campus. It was a one-night-only event. The entire theater arts department was involved, from costumes to lighting, and it was a great activity. So I really want to thank you, and I know I did, and I know we talked about it 2 years ago, but just thank you for that, because you've always been very receptive, and you've always had a mind for community in your work. So with that, congratulations on this program. We're very excited. I'm very happy and grateful to Dr. Kathy Scott, because when we first talked about it, and I mean, look how quickly it happened. It happened a lot sooner than we thought it would. So thank you both very much. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, and I wish to express thanks for everyone's support, guidance, and some days you wonder, is this going to work? And then someone says, yeah, do it. So thank you for that, sincerely.
Thank you.
All right, on to the vet.
Have a great rehearsal, break a leg.
Tomorrow night, we open.
That's right. Thank you, everyone. We are going to go back to item 4.1, which is a resolution that we are adopting, hopefully, regarding recognizing American Indian Heritage Month. The recommended action for this item is that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 112019A, recognizing American Indian Month. And for this, I would like to defer to Dr. Munoz to say a few words. I know I don't like to catch anybody off guard, but you've done such an amazing job recognizing all of the other Cultural Heritage Month, I think it would be just the right thing to do for you to comment on this. And this is not an agenda item that any of the board members actually proposed. This came directly from staff, and Dr. Munoz, I don't want to speak for you, but I believe because we had recognized so many other cultures before, he felt that we also needed to do this too. So please take it away.
Thank you, Board President. So before you, you have a resolution that encourages the Board of Trustees to recognize American Indian Heritage Month. As you know, as part of our year-long strategy, we are recognizing the different Cultural Heritage Month celebrations. We started with Latinx Heritage Month from September 15th through October 15th. This month is Native American Heritage Month, and so we'll be focusing on a resolution honoring and recognizing them, and I believe we have some folks with us tonight representing the community as well. Thank you.
We sure do, and I would like to invite them up to say a few words, and then when you conclude, we will take a board photo with you. We'll bring you down here so Jerome could get his camera ready after the remarks. So what we're doing is you'll be receiving this beautiful resolution, framed resolution that you're able to take back. And our speakers tonight, we're going to be the person who's here, plus a lady named Auntie Xochitl, who is unable to be here. I believe she's ill. But the person who is going to speak, I'm very proud of. Aaron emailed, where's Aaron? Aaron's done a great job with these resolutions. I know that it's a team effort and a lot of people contributed, but Aaron, you should be recognized because this is a lot of work. Aaron sent out the resolution and asked if we knew anybody, and the only person that I knew that's involved with the Native American tribe is my dear friend, Veronica Ibarra. And I asked her if this was a thing, if it was something that could be done. She is the one who informed me that UCLA had done something similar in the past, but to her knowledge, it hadn't been done anywhere in this area, in the Harbor area, South Bay community. Full disclosure, it seems like only amazing people went to my high school, but Veronica and I went to high school together. It just seems that way. I can't help it. We both attended Banning High School, drill team together. She was one of my bridesmaids in my wedding. And I don't have my glasses on, but is that Mike? And is that Jazrin? Okay, I'm not wearing my glasses, but I think, so her husband Mike and her daughter Jazrin, Vincent, the son is not here, but thank you for stepping up, Veronica, and accepting this resolution on behalf of the tribe that you represent. I'm really happy and I welcome you all here. So please come on up and say a few words.
And point of order, how many high schools did you go to?
It's only one. It's only one, but it just happens to be the best one, right?
Thank you so much for having us here. Thank you, Jackie. That's what I call her. Sorry, everyone. I've known her since we were like 14. Thank you, board members, for having us here. Hello, hola, Naharaskicha. My name is Veronica Valdez Ibarra. I'm from the Chicano Nation. I'm here, I get really emotional, sorry. I'm here with my husband, Michael Ibarra. He is a Navajo, Ute, Mexica, as my daughter is as well. I am here to represent my Auntie Xochitl, who could not be here today because she's ill, so prayers for her, please. And Uncle Tony Portillo, who gave me permission to be here. And I also did speak to many of the Tongva elders, and they also told me they could not be here because a lot of them live far away, and a lot of them were also sick. So here I am. This is my very first time doing anything like this, so sorry if I seem a little bit thank you so much for having us to accept this resolution. I am accepting it on behalf of all First Nations people. So good evening again, everyone. Aho metakweyase. In our culture, we always acknowledge the ancestors of the land that we're on, and in this case, we are on the Tongva Nation land. And usually we honor them with a prayer or a song. So we're gonna go ahead and do that for you. Hey, 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 young you are. Hey, 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 young you are. Hey, 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 young you are. Hey, 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 young angua, hey angua. Hey, 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 angua. Hey, 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 angua. 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 Hey, angua. Hey, angua. Aho, mata. Aho. Thank you, Cindy Elvitre, Wishoyo Elvitre, Tina Calderon, Jessa, and all their beautiful family, Grandma Gloria, and all the Tongva Nation who is still here on this land. I'm here in a good way, representing my native community the best way that I can to accept this award for them. We're very thankful to be recognized publicly here by Long Beach City College. Looking forward to doing continuous opportunities with you guys. Thank you so much for having us. And I hope more people can be aware of where they are and who the natives of the lands are as well. So as a community, we can honor and recognize the First Native Nations people. There is hope, and our prayers continuously are being answered. Let's keep working together for a better future. I want to add prayers for all the families, especially the young children locked up at the detention centers. Prayers for our water. Water is life. Take care of Tonantzin, our Mother Earth. Aho ometeo, lasakamati. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was impressive. Would anyone like to say anything before we take the photo? Okay, so meet us down here. We're going to take a picture.
Oh, yeah.
So at this time, I would like to entertain a motion to adopt this resolution.
So moved.
We have a motion by Trustee Zia and a second by Trustee Otto. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. And now we will return to item 3.1 on the agenda. Dr. O'Malley?
Yes, ma'am. This is simply your monthly action report that shows you various board requests and your status updates. Feel free to ask any questions, make any changes, or make any additions that you would like.
If there is no request from the board, then should we adopt or could we just move forward? There aren't any changes? All right, so we'll just move on to item 3.2. And this is an information item. The what, why, and how of the accreditation process for the Accrediting Commission of Community and Junior Colleges. And we have the great Dr. Heather Van Volkenberg and Jennifer Holmgren, who will be presenting. You are both the great, by the way. I only said the great ones, but I should have said the great. So welcome.
Thank you very much, Board President Malauulu, Board of Trustees, Superintendent President Romali, Vice President, administration, faculty, staff, our fabulous students, and the community at large. We're going to go through a presentation on accreditation. I'm going to have Jennifer start us off, and then I'll come in and do the second half, so we're not going back and forth with you.
All right, good evening. We wanted to start tonight by just defining accreditation for you. One second. All right, so what is accreditation? So accreditation is a process that ensures that institutions are providing students with quality programs and services. It also ensures that we have sufficient resources, technology, facilities, fiscal and human resources to maintain our programs and services and to support student learning. This is a peer review process that is managed by an accrediting agency which develops standards of quality based on federal requirements. And in our case, that's the Accrediting Commission for Community and Junior Colleges, which we call ACCJC. It's also a voluntary process, and so we choose to engage in accreditation for a variety of reasons. The main reasons of which are that are because accreditation and being an accredited college informs the public, including our current and our prospective students, that we're meeting standards of quality. It also tells other institutions that we're meeting standards of quality, and this is really important, especially in the case of transfer institutions, because this means that our students, when they get credits at LBCC, those can transfer to other colleges. It also informs the federal government that we meet standards of quality so that financial aid is distributed to our students, which is very critical. And informs the employers that our institution is meeting these standards so that they are hiring our students and also sending employees here to be trained as skills builders in our courses and programs. So just to summarize, we engage in this process to attract more of our students, to enable our students to maintain and obtain financial aid, to enable our students to obtain and maintain employment, and to enable our students to transfer. So right now, last fall, Heather and I had talked to you about the accreditation cycle, and we're at that point in the cycle where we're beginning our institutional self-evaluation. And so this is really two main parts. This happens every 7 years. And the first part is that we're engaging in an internal self-evaluation process. And so we are evaluating ourselves against the Commission's standards, against our policies, and against our requirements in alignment with our mission and our institutional goals. This culminates in an institutional self-evaluation report that we call the ICER. And this is shared with ACCJC, it's shared with our LBCC community, as well as the public. And following that, we also submit it to an external peer evaluation team, and this team is comprised of other members of community colleges and other colleges that are accredited by ACCJC. And so this team will come to our college, they'll visit us, they'll further investigate the information that we provided in our ICER report, and they'll also read the ICER itself. And so they'll write a team report at the end of that visit, and this will provide recommendations as well as commendations to our college. And that is provided to the ACCJC. They'll review both of our ICERs and the team report, and they will determine our accreditation status. So through this process, we must demonstrate institutional compliance, not only with the accreditation standards, which you've heard about before, but also with Commission policies. And there are 32 Commission policies, some of which are required to be addressed separately in that ICER report. Policies such as the Commission's policy on distance education, as well as transfer. There's also 21 eligibility requirements, and 16 are embedded into the standards, so we addressed them already. but there are 5 other eligibility requirements that we must address separately in this report. And then finally, we must make sure that we're meeting federal regulations as they relate to accreditation. So within the ICER, we're really demonstrating that our institution has designed and implemented ongoing and importantly systematic evaluation cycles, integrated planning and resource allocation, that we have processes that are supporting continuous quality improvement of our instructional programs and support services. And this is paying a particular attention to student achievement and student learning outcomes. That we're implementing institutional plans for improvement, of course supported by data, and that we're establishing our own institution set standards of performance regarding student achievement and student learning, and then measuring ourselves against those standards. So once we have submitted our institutional self-evaluation that we're beginning to work on, and the external peer review team visits, they'll develop that team report that I mentioned before, and the commission will review the ICER and the team report and determine an outcome on our accreditation. And so the best outcome is, of course, that they reaffirm our accreditation and that they find that we're in compliance with all of the requirements, standards, policies. The next outcome would be that they reaffirm our accreditation with a follow-up report. And this means that for the most part, we're in compliance, but there are some areas of deficiency that we need to address. And typically we have around a year to complete that. This is at an additional cost to the college when we have a follow-up report. The next outcome would be a sanction, and that comes in one of 3 forms: a warning, probation, or show cause. And this means that we are very much so in non-compliance, and we have to show very quickly that we're going to be in compliance with whatever they found. And so it's a limited time period, and again, it's an additional cost to the college. And of course, the worst outcome would be withdrawal of accreditation, where we were found that we're in non-compliance and we didn't address the deficiencies and we would be unable to meet student needs. So that's safe to say that accreditation is going to be our primary focus in the coming years leading up to the submission of our report in January 2022 and that site visit in March of 2022. We also wanted to walk through the standards quickly and just give you an overview of them. So there are 4 main standards, and within each standard, they have these areas or themes called standard areas. So standard 1 has 3 standard areas: institutional mission, academic quality and institutional effectiveness, and institutional integrity. And some examples of these standard areas include programs and services that are aligned with the college's mission, really showing evidence that the mission guides everything we do: decision-making, resources, planning, that we're assessing student learning outcomes at our college, and not only for instructional programs, but also for our learning and support services. It's really critical that we're assessing those, that we're describing our certificates and degrees in terms of their purpose, content, etc. Standard 2 also has 3 areas. This is instructional programs, library and support services, and student support services. And a few examples include that we're effectively using our delivery modes, our teaching methodologies, and learning support services that reflect the diverse and changing needs of our students, of course in support of equity and success for our students, that we rely on the expertise of our faculty and our staff as we maintain and select our educational equipment for the classrooms to support student learning, and that we ensure equitable access to our services that is appropriate, that's comprehensive and reliable. And so this includes for our students that are distance education only, that we have those services available to them in addition to our face-to-face students. And standard 3 includes 4 areas. This is all about the different resources at the institution: human resources, physical, technology, and financial resources. A few examples of those include a written code of professional ethics for all of our personnel, including consequences for violation, long-range capital plans that have projections for total cost of ownership, that we continually plan for, update, and replace technology to ensure that we have a robust technology infrastructure to support the mission and operation of our institution, and that we clearly define and follow guidelines and processes for financial planning and budget development. And that includes providing opportunities for our participatory governance constituent groups to have a voice in that planning and budget development. So I'm going to hand it over to Heather at this point to talk about Standard 4.
So standard 4 is the standard areas are decision-making roles and processes, the chief executive officer, and the governing board. Section D, multi-college system, doesn't apply to us because we are a single college district. For standards 1A and B, a couple of examples relate to, for example, decision-making, making sure that the governance that is representing all constituencies is appropriate. An example for the CEO one is that the CEO is overseeing the administrative organization and making sure that the institution's work is reflecting the size and purpose of the institution with its scope. And I just want to point out and remind and sort of reflect on what Jennifer has already said, but accreditation is time-intensive work. It requires input and feedback from everyone on campus. It takes time, energy, thoughts, and reflection. It takes money. It's critically important that the college is focusing on the accreditation work now as we're building out our ISER and moving forward, because we want to get reaffirmation of accreditation. We want the best outcome. We do not want to continue working on this after the accreditors leave. And so this, again, is going to be our primary focus. Now we're going to go into the third one, which is on the governing board. There's a lot more detail in the slides. I'm not going to go through it in that level of detail, but these are the eligibility requirements. We wanted to make sure that you had a chance to really see what these are saying. And again, it's talking about the scope of the board and sort of what they're doing, and then also that the board is an independent body reflecting public interest, right? And you'll see that in the standards as well. And so when we start getting into the standards, one of the things that we've added here as we've listed out all the standards for this section is examples of evidence. So ACCJC provides us with examples of evidence, and you'll be receiving in the mail in the future all the standards with these examples of evidence so that you can also take time to be better informed about what those expectations are. These are examples, these are suggestions. So some cases we will have exactly that, other cases we may have something different. So if we look, for example, at the first one, this is pertaining to the authority of the board. We're going to have policies that help explain what that is. If we look at the second one, this is talking about the board acting in a collective entity. So we're going to want to see policies relating to that, and then other evidence as well that shows that the board, when they make a decision, everyone acts in unity on that decision. For the CEO evaluation and selection process, again, we're going to have policy. So they want to see that policy, but they want to see the evidence that we're following that policy. So they're going to want to see documents of evaluations of the CEO as well as documents of that selection process. For the fourth one, for example, we want to make sure that a board is reflecting the public interest. And so again, there's going to be policy relating to that, as well as evidence and board behavior that shows that we're reflecting the public interest. For the fifth one, we're looking here at policies that are ensuring quality, integrity, and student learning. And so again, this is an important thing where it's not just about that policy, but also evidence in board meetings that these are being discussed and reviewed by the board. Likewise, for 6, we have, again, this is defining the board's bylaws, specifying duties and responsibilities of the board. And this is a case where this information is also expected to be posted publicly. So that's something else that we need to be aware of. For 7, we're looking at the board is regularly assessing policies for effectiveness. This includes board policies and bylaws. And so again, there's going to be a policy there, but the accreditors are also going to be looking for evidence that shows, for example, that we have procedures in place, documents that explain that cycle of review, and then evidence that that cycle of review is happening. As we look at the 8th one, there should be a regular review of key indicators of student learning and achievement. And so again, there should be regular reports and board minutes that reflect conversations where these are happening. There should be ongoing training for the board, including new orientation. And so again, there needs to be evidence of that board development opportunities, of board members engaging in those opportunities, and what that orientation would look like. For number 10, we're looking at board evaluation. And so again, this is a case where we have policies, where we're expected to follow these policies. Then we're also supposed to provide evidence to the accreditors that show that we have board evaluations. And because really accreditation is about that continuous cycle of improvement, there's also going to be changes made and subsequent evaluations reporting that information. So these are just things to keep in mind as we're going through these, what kinds of evidence they really are looking for. For 11, again, we have policies on conflict of interest and a code of ethics, and making sure that in any cases where there might have been deviation, that the board is following its policies for ensuring that appropriate actions are taken. For number 12, authority is delegated to the CEO for operations. And so again, we're going to have policy information on that, but then also evidence of those clear expectations in terms of what that means. And then this is our last one in this section. And so again, this is really looking at the board understanding all of these things that we've been describing about the accreditation process, about the expectations of ACCJC, that there is documentation that this conversation is happening, essentially. And so what we have on this slide is a preliminary table, and I want to emphasize preliminary. This was just looking quickly through what these standards are saying, what some of the evidence would be that would be expected, where we know we have that evidence, it's where we have it, so we have an X there, where we have some of that information as partial evidence, and where we could not find anything that demonstrates that we have missing evidence. And again, this is just preliminary, so we've looked at it very quickly. As part of the accreditation process, we're going to have cross-constituent groups reviewing these in more detail and really unpacking. But I just wanted to bring this to the board's attention to help identify where it is that we will be needing to go moving forward and getting more information and making sure that we are maintaining compliance with the standards of ACCJC. And again, I just want to remind you of the timeline. And so the site, the ICER that Jennifer mentioned, is due in January 2022, which maybe sounds like it's a long ways off, but considering, thank you for saying no, right? Considering the amount of work we had ahead of us, we really are going to be moving forward quickly. But you can see the rest of the process. So by July 2022, we will have a sense from the commission what their decision is. And as I mentioned, we are working through our participatory governance structure to ensure that the process of self-evaluation is inclusive and reflective of the institution and all of its constituent groups. And so I just want to say thank you. Leave it open for any questions you may have.
Hi, Heather and Jennifer. Very good. Thank you for sharing. Now, President Malauulu is sitting here taking screenshots of your handouts. I have a favor to ask. Would you print out and send to me the pages regarding the board so I can spend more time studying that? And then secondly, have you picked a faculty co-chair yet?
So, Jerry, do you want to share your timeline that we have for that? We're working with the Academic Senate President on that.
Sure. That person comes as a recommendation from the Senate, and so we will do. It's in my report. I'm going to allude to that later in my president's report. But we're working with Heather and with Jennifer, but we will be reaching out to the faculty for that, and then the selection is made by the Senate, and then Dr. Romali and I meet and consult.
I know, but
Anyone else?
I know that.
Oh, yes. Trustee Otto?
In your experience with accreditation, are there trends in what community college districts are found at fault as, and have those changed over time?
So in terms of trends, it's a little bit unpredictable right now because, ACCJC was sort of focusing on certain things and have made a lot of changes, but now there's actually a search for a new president. And so in my mind, when I kind of look at the environment, I see a little bit of a wild card in terms of what we would be expecting. So we're just really paying attention. I know from Dr. Scott and Dr. Romali, who've done recent site visits, some of the concerns that have come up have included, and you guys are welcome to jump in and correct me if I get this wrong, would have included things about data, the cycle of data and evaluation, quality improvements. SLOs often come up. Governing boards have come up. And I'm trying to think if there are other things that you guys have mentioned. But so there are some clear things that are coming up and some of the experiences that they have been having. And so I think that also gives us some insights.
Does ACCJC issue reports about trends or things that
no, they don't do
updates on
that. They don't do that.
They used to.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Trustee Tuck, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for the overview and the presentation. I know we talk about accreditation and seen other documents and looking through some of the standards, particularly, I think it was C5 or C6, sorry, on board bylaws. I know we have components of what's listed there throughout the different policies, but we don't have a single bylaw document that articulates everything or references where each of them are. Is there a standard template that ACCJ provides, or have we done also I think about a gap analysis what they asked for versus what we have, and what evidence do we plan to show? Have you kind of put that together as a draft, at least? And I'm only thinking about the board, but I know there's institution-wide.
Yeah, no, and those are really good points. So one of the things with accreditors is they have a tendency to kind of say, here are some expectations, but you should be doing what makes the most sense for your institution, its scope, its mission, its size. And so in terms of things like templates or things like that, they don't tend to provide that, right? Okay, and even the evidence pieces that I showed you are suggested evidence, because if there was another way in which we could demonstrate compliance, then that's okay too. The tricky thing is that the closer we stay to sort of the suggested evidence, the easier it is, right, for our site team to not have doubts about the compliance. So in that term, in that sense, we do want to kind of stay with that. We are going through systematically and really looking for areas that we need to move on sooner than later in terms of where it looks like we may be missing information. And so Jennifer and I have been working through that, and that will help guide the work that our committees do when they start meeting in the spring. So I hope that kind of answers.
Wanted to add some good news to that as well, that in March, Stephanie Droker, who is the Vice President of ACCJC, she is coming to train all day our in-house team, and she's going to stay for the board meeting that night. And they're doing this as a service to boards. They're going around the state and teaching boards about the new standards. It's very, very nice, teaching them about the new standards and then how the board should evaluate that ICER. So the board can look at the job we've done on the ICER and evaluate how well we did, basically the efficacy in teaching you rubric and a way to look at it to make sure you're comfortable with it and that we don't need to make any updates.
That's really good. I have one question. I don't think it's something that, I know you can't answer it now, but maybe when accreditation has concluded, if there's any way that you could give us a report on the number of man hours that it took to complete it, both staff man hours and the volunteers on the committees that actually, have to serve on those committees. I'm curious to know, I know, obviously it's very different, but when there have been accreditations at other institutions, I've seen man-hour reports to see how many hours it takes to complete certain tasks. So I'd like to know what man-hour we're investing in our accreditation process. So maybe at the end, March 2020, we could have some kind of data for that.
I think that's absolutely brilliant. That'll be after we get back from Hawaii.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
It might take some advanced calculus with the number of hours
right.
that we're going to add up. That's a great suggestion.
But it'll be good for planning for the next accreditation. And then the part that I focus in on the most is the actual staff time, which you're here, you're on the payroll anyway. But then there's so many other volunteers that have to serve on various committees and different parts of it. I'd like to see the man hours invested in that.
Thank you. We will figure out how to track that systematically.
Just one more thing for you guys to do. Just one more. Thank you very much. Great job. Very comprehensive. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to section 4 on the agenda. We are skipping to 4.2. This is information only, and it is an attachment. Does anyone have any discussion, question, feedback on that? All right, we're going to... Pardon? Okay, item 4.3, this is the ad hoc committee report to establish the Labor Center. So just want to, for the benefit of the public, just let the public know that there was a change in that committee. Trustee Zia is no longer on that committee. Trustee Otto was appointed in her place, and we did meet. Trustee Otto and I met, and then Trustee Otto and I met with Vice President Drinkwine, Vice President Paul Creason, who I see here, and there were a couple people with us on the PCC campus, and we met to evaluate different locations. We also have a draft letter that was sent to staff, and there are the wheels are in motion. So at this time, I don't know if Trustee Otto would like to add to that. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion. Did I say something wrong again?
PCC campus.
Oh, I know. Trustee Baxter, it's a bone of contention for her every time I say PCC campus, because that's what we all say. Technically, it's PC campus, but PC sounds so non-PC. So we all just say PCC, right? So I know it irritates her. It's one of those things, you know, the fingernails on the chalkboard. So sorry about that.
Is
Trustee Otto?
Is that the Los Angeles campus?
We don't need to talk about that. Go ahead. Trustee Otto, did you want to add to that before we move forward?
No, we are moving forward. It was a great site visit. We had a lot of discussion with staff about available space and what we could do, and I understand that there is a great deal of interest in the community in helping to fund activities at the center, and it can become a place where not only the CTE and other students can meet with people involved in labor, but for everybody, and to inform people and tell people about the availability of programs, and it's very exciting.
I've actually received communication via the web portal on the district website about the Labor Center. And I was at an event in the community last Friday, and I had a person approach me about it, asking when's the grand opening. So, you know, very excited to be able to offer this opportunity and partnership for the college. And I would also like to thank Vice President Drinkwine, because she's been very diligent in doing a lot of the legwork. And I know that your plate is already full, but you've been able to come back and present some really good information. So, any other discussion? Yes,
Yeah,
Trustee Zia?
I do, since you took point of personal privilege and didn't really try to work with my schedule on the ad hoc committee. Folks have been contacting me. I had one person who contacted me and wanted to know the following. So since now you guys are looking at this, this gentleman wants to know what's the vision for the center. So I would suggest that you crystallize that for folks. They want to know if the committee is assembled, and has there been discussions? What are some of the hurdles in establishing the labor center, and why support the center, and what are the projected benefits of the center? Just for you and your ad hoc committee to consider before coming back to us for the entire board's consideration. I wanted to bring that to your attention.
I appreciate that. Thank you. If you could forward that email to me, I'd be happy to send the response and the information. And some of those questions I think we can respond to now. I mean, we've had the discussions. The original intention was to provide an opportunity for the community. And this, by the way, was discussed at the October 23rd meeting. We did talk about it then when I introduced it, and then we also had numerous speakers during public comments about it. So I would like to invite anyone who would like to follow that discussion to please refer back to the board YouTube channel to the October 23rd meeting, when we did have some discussion on this item. And then there's the agenda, obviously. But basically, my vision is to establish a place in the community where students and residents and employees and businesses, and in particular labor unions, can come together for education, activity, camaraderie, a place where Long Beach City College could be put on the map as hosting a labor center for various reasons. Obviously, there really isn't a labor center close to us. And Cal State Dominguez Hills has a labor studies department, and that office serves as somewhat of a labor center. And then there's LA Trade Tech, which has the Dolores Huerta Labor Center. And then obviously UCLA, which has the largest labor center in the area. They do a lot of outreach in the community, a lot of education. And my hope is for us to start very small. I don't have overly ambitious goals other than to establish it and bring in some partners and have them contribute to the establishment of it. And our plan is on January 22nd, when we do have the regularly scheduled board meeting on the PCC campus is to invite our founding partners out prior to the meeting and have some type of, we haven't decided on the language yet, if it's a ribbon cutting that we're doing, if it's a, grand opening. We haven't gotten there yet. But again, have something the day of the board meeting on January 22nd where our partners and supporters of this event, I have spoken to different elected officials. Again, they're very excited. So the vision is to provide a place for the community to come out, host events, hirings, education, films, anything that happens, whoever made that inquiry of you, I would also invite them to check out some of the calendars. The Dolores Huerta Labor Center and also UCLA Labor Center, they have their calendars online. I don't think we'd be there yet in the first maybe 6 months, but maybe a couple years down the line, we can evolve into something like that.
Madam Chair, I don't know if I have permission to relay this person's email, but I'm happy to get the ad hoc committee's commentary on the questions that the gentleman had, or I'm happy to distill it for you and send it over to you and redact the name and respond back or just ask permission. I do want to note that someone who's a donor to the UCLA Labor Center, they do private fundraising, so I would personally like to know how we're going to fund this. And is it the desire of the ad hoc committee? Well, are we going to go see a reporting from you prior to the January ribbon cutting and be able to vote on this?
Yes, I'll entertain a motion tonight. And as far as the funding, we have worked really hard to determine donors would contribute seed money and serve as founding partners. And we have some language that we're trying to work out to have donors be able to contribute something to fund the event on the 22nd and perhaps some posters on the wall, or we haven't gotten, we're in infancy stages. Yes.
Point of order,
Sure.
President Malauulu, it appears to me you have already decided there will be a labor center. And I was a member of the union for 20 years, so I am not against unions. But I'm concerned that an ad hoc committee would meet, and I don't know how many meetings you had in the last 3 weeks, and you're talking about the ribbon cutting, I'm very concerned with that, and now you've asked for a motion. And I don't know, is point of order the wrong thing to say?
No,
I
that's
don't want
very
to say the
valid.
wrong thing because I don't want to be questioned about my parliamentary procedure. But I am concerned about you're asking for a motion.
Okay, you're well within your right. You're absolutely right. I did report, I'm not sure if I need to repeat myself, but the ad hoc committee has met. And Trustee Otto, would you like to contribute to that, or Vice President Drinkwine?
Well, actually, I would like to make a motion that the board vote in favor of moving forward to establish a labor center here at the Long Beach Community College District that we have. There's nothing wrong with the ad hoc committee having met. And the results of that are that at this meeting, this is listed as a discussion and action item. And the form of it and the details of it will be worked out in the process, but this will give us the opportunity to move forward.
I'm sorry, I have...
Is there a second? Okay.
Second?
I just have a question. I thought we were going to get an analysis of what it would entail last time around. That was something the committee was going to do. How much money is it going to take? I understand you're fundraising for the grant or the ribbon cutting, but I'm assuming you want to have this on an ongoing basis. So how are we funding it going forward? And some of the programs, I want to know those details before I can vote on it. And I was hoping to get that tonight or at some point, or maybe in the December meeting before I can vote on it in an intelligent manner. Otherwise, of course, generally I'm supportive of it. I just need to know the execution part of it so that we're being smart about it and we don't have this fantastic opening and then we don't have a way to continue to fund it in the future. That's what I'm concerned about.
No, those are very valid comments, and that's why we have the ad hoc committee, and that's why we've been working with staff, and we've been well within the normal process of the way this works.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
How many faculty did you have involved in this ad hoc committee? Did you question the faculty about this, or the classified staff?
None formally, other than those who were in attendance at our meeting on Thursday. And Vice President Drinkwine, if you want to comment on that. But when we set up the ad hoc committee, that wasn't, you know, that those weren't parameters, and the ad hoc committee made the decision.
But yet I think that's incredibly important. But I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sure.
Vice President Drinkwine.
Thank you. In preparation for the ad hoc committee, Dr. Scott was also involved in the identification of some possible locations to co-locate the Labor Center, as well as Dr. Munoz. The ad hoc committee meeting was a on-foot meeting around the PCC to examine those spaces that could potentially be used, all of which would be co-located with other already ongoing operations. At that meeting was Dr. Paul Creason, Melissa Infusino, myself, Walter Johnson, Trustee Otto, and President Malauulu.
Not one faculty.
No. The ad hoc committee did have a determination that the Labor Center, both the initial event as well as initial operations, would be funded through the donations of external agencies, that many of the activities described as falling under the Labor Center are already provided by Long Beach City College in different forms. So for instance, having speakers from different unions present to classrooms, to the trades programs, and that many of the activities that would be expanded to under the Labor Center, including inviting speakers or display of different types of exhibits, would happen without a cost to the district or at minimal cost. So that is one of the initial tenets of the Labor Center, and that the success of the Labor Center would determine its potential expansion in the future.
Correct. And you know, I'm very receptive to your concern about including faculty and students and classified staff, and there are so many decisions that are made where the programs and the opportunities that are presented benefit the community at large, including faculty, students, and classified, everybody, all members on board, that perhaps it's nearsighted on my end, perhaps I'm myopic in thinking that this is a great opportunity for everyone on campus, and it would add a little prestige to our college and a little prestige to the PCC campus, which is in my area. And it wasn't something that the ad hoc committee decided was necessary to move forward to establish it, considering that there is no fiscal impact, that there is no staffing impact, that it wouldn't affect classes, that it wouldn't really even pose any calendar issues. The ripple effect of establishing the Labor Center is one that is going out to do good and very little coming in the form of anything bad. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong in thinking that. And for that, you know, I'll take full responsibility. This has been something that I have been working on for some time. And, you know, let me, you know, and I know we do have a motion and a second on the floor, but, you know, we'll call this into the discussion section. Let me acknowledge that there was a motion and a second, and this could be part of the discussion. But yes, Trustee Antek?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the update and bringing this agenda item forward. And I think the questions and commentary are well received. Maybe a solution we can have is a written update at the December meeting from the committee of the status and kind of outlining everything, so it's written down and clear in one place, and it's we continue to show progress that we're making that in that
I
direction.
also want to know how this might affect student use of facilities. Yeah, I'm s- okay.
I know it happens 3 or 4 times now that, and I don't want to bring up Robert's Rules of Order. When someone has the floor, you let them talk,
Thank
and
you.
can ask the questions when you have the floor. Trustee Baxter, I do agree and would like to see some clarification. Are we going to work with the foundation? Is there just going to be a donation accepted to the college? Just some of the details clarified so that we make sure that we're, dotting I's and crossing the T's, and even making probably a list of partners on campus and off campus, and I think is probably no more than 2 or 3 page written report will help answer questions and clarify. And I know staff has done that numerous times before, and other folks, and I've seen other ad hoc committees come back, and if there's a series of recommendations in there, then those are subsequent items that we can adopt as we go forward. But
And
I'm in
just to-
support of the item moving forward.
Sorry to interrupt, but just to let you all know that Trustee Otto and I and Vice President Drinkwine, we had planned on doing that for the December meeting already. That the motion today was to move forward with the establishment of it so that we could move forward with this, with ironing out the details and bringing back more information for the board to formalize in December. So that, and I think we even discussed that. I can't be sure, but I think that was discussed at the October meeting, where we set up the ad hoc committee to come back with information, preliminary information, and then come back with details as it goes. This isn't something that I wish I could present to you, this finite product, but it isn't. The overall concept that we have a motion on is to move forward with it. And I personally am in favor of it, obviously, but I don't see enough area, not to undermine what you've said, but I don't see enough area of concern to not move forward with it, considering that there is zero fiscal impact and that there is minimal, I'm using the word minimal generously because I really don't see that there would be any harm in doing this at all. And the facilities that we looked at are not, there wouldn't be a conflict with classes or, obviously we have been very prudent in that research. So, anybody else want to add to that?
I have a...
Yes.
First of all, I want to commend you for having this great thought. I think this is a fantastic opportunity. I think it's pretty innovative, and it'll absolutely give us a lot of splash, and it's important to have that partnership. I was really hopeful to see those details tonight so I can make a better decision. So it's hard for me to vote on this motion not having those details. I can vote on it in general terms. Like, for example, what are the sources of funding and have we secured them? Have we gotten commitments from them? How much is it? How much is it on an ongoing basis? Because if we're going to do something, let's do it right and let's do it, make sure it's set up for success. And the last thing is that I think, we follow a shared governance process, and we need to be mindful of that. I understand the argument that this is not necessarily being funded by the college, but it's still under that auspices, and I do want to get input from internal stakeholders that are our most important constituencies, which are our faculty, classified, our students, so they too can contribute. And I don't think that is going to be a deal breaker here. I think it just needs to be a little bit more deliberative, and that's all I'm asking for. And perhaps we can make that determination in the December meeting once you have those details, so we can make a more informed decision, at least for me. I could generally vote yes, but just it wouldn't mean much because I don't know what I'm voting on the details. That's all I'd like to say on that matter.
Well, just to remind everyone that we have had 2 meetings with this item on the agenda, and we did entertain speakers at the last meeting who all spoke in favor of it. Several were from that area in the PCC, faculty members and students. Nobody took the microphone today to speak in favor or against it, and the emails that I've received have all been favorable. So, I mean,
I don't recall faculty speaking or students. Yeah.
So
I don't recall having a second meeting either. I only recall one meeting.
No, today, it is on today's agenda item.
Yeah, but with no details. That's what I'm, you don't have the details that
Okay.
would answer
Go
those
ahead,
questions.
Jerry.
Thank you. I brought, after last board meeting, I did bring both this 4.4 and 4.3 to the Academic Senate, and I noted that that an ad hoc committee was going to be formed, and I think it was truly their expectation that faculty would be a part of it. We were waiting to hear how that was going to roll out, what you needed. It is the Academic Senate's purview through Title V to appoint faculty to committees, so we were waiting for direction. Again, I can appreciate the effort and the vision, but as far as a shared governance point, I'm going to have a tough time on Friday when I take this to the Senate, and I think Cece's going to have a tough time at the Classified Senate. I think when we go to union meetings and say, without any input, I'm not saying that they wouldn't like it, I'm saying, but right now in a shared governance model, this isn't it, and it's going to be a very bumpy Friday for me in the Senate.
I
So-
understand. I appreciate you letting me know that, and I'd be happy to be there to speak to both meetings anytime. You let me know, and because I don't want you to be put on the spot and take the fire for it.
The fire is going to come with the lack of shared governance. That's what's going to be the bump. An ad hoc committee should have representation from everybody who's going to be a part of it. Again, I'm not saying yes or no on behalf of the faculty. I'm not speaking for them, but announcing it at the Senate meeting that followed the last board meeting, they're all under the impression, the Senate is all under the impression that they're going to have an opportunity to weigh in and be supportive or help with creative ideas, or because you have talked about faculty being involved, you've talked about a potential curriculum being developed. That's all faculty driven. And
Sure.
I would hate for any of that to be dismissed because they were not involved. And so that's my fear. I think that we have an opportunity to have this be very collaborative, to have a whole group of people going forward of all constituent groups, saying, what do you think? Is this a good idea? And now it feels very top down. It feels very directive, and I'm not looking forward to the discussion. On Friday
No,
at the
actually,
Senate.
I have to. I will just 1 second, Trustee Otto. I have to commend you, Jerry, that you are doing a great job doing your job you're doing a great job doing your job voicing faculty concerns. And if I were a member of the faculty, I'd be really proud to have her on the dais speaking on your behalf, because she's saying exactly what she needs to say. And I will take responsibility for this, because I think I made 2 mistakes. I think the first mistake that I made is wrongfully assuming that by having the ad hoc committee from the board membership, I thought that our job, and I need to go back and review the video of the last meeting, because I thought our job was basically just to determine the venue and the feasibility of it and to iron out the preliminary logistics, not the ad hoc committee that you have in mind right now, because I think that would be the next step. Once we come with it, with a place and some ideas rolled out, I thought that would be when we start bringing in stakeholders saying, look, this is what we've determined. Just 1 second. And so that is my fault. But then additionally, I'll take it a step further. I think that in our discussions with Vice President Drinkwine and having the members who were there on, at our meeting Thursday evening, when we walked the campus, I take responsibility for assuming that was the people who needed to be there to get us to this point today. So, I understand definitely never, ever my intention. I'm looking at Diane when I say this. It's never my intention to undermine any of the constituent groups. I'd be the last person on this dais to do that. But I just didn't think we were there. But I do see us moving forward with this action and then getting us to that point. So I could see me putting the cart before the horse being a problem. And I respect that. So I'll take responsibility for that. You know, because I'm the one leading the charge, and this is my baby, and this is what I've been working on. And I have spoken to faculty about it, by the way. I don't want anyone to think that I haven't, just because it's not a formal process. I don't want you to think that there hasn't been discussion. In fact, I've spoken to faculty at the PCC campus about it. So it just hasn't been a formal ad hoc committee with named members, and for that, I take responsibility for that. So Trustee Otto has been waiting very patiently. Sorry about that, Jerry.
I think this may be a teachable moment for this board.
Sure.
Because we are now listing agenda items as discussion action. And then it becomes expected that what we're going to do is take some action. And when I made the motion, my motion wasn't to establish a labor center. It was to continue to move forward, because that seems to be the way that we're going now. The only motion that's been passed about this was to establish an ad hoc committee of the board. I think the faculty and the classifieds and the students would all be furious if we passed a motion and said, you're all involved in this, come on, let's go. So all we have before us now is a ad hoc committee of the board consisting of two. It can only be two people. And we had to get two people who could come to the meetings so that we could try and move forward on this. We had one substantive meeting. We have nothing laid out. We're not saying this is the way it's going to be. It's the beginning of a process. The alternative to discussion action items is just discussion, put it together, find out exactly what you want to do, involve people, and everything doesn't have to be done up here on the dais. In fact, it's ineffective and inefficient, I think, to do it that way. So my motion was, let's keep doing this. We've had a meeting. It's not, I mean, it would be absurd to characterize it as an effort to exclude people. We're just getting going about this. Everybody can participate. It's very in a formative stage. Okay.
Sorry, Jerry, go ahead.
Thank you, Doug, and I appreciate those comments. That being said, if you've already got a date and a ribbon cutting, how much more are you going to talk? I mean, to me, if I were sitting in the Senate and somebody says to me, we're going to keep investigating it, but oh, by the way, mark your calendar, because there's going to be cake and punch and a ribbon cutting on the 22nd. My feeling is, well, it's done. What more do you want me to say? You have moved ahead without a shared governance from the
No,
campus
Jerry.
community. I mean, that's just I'm just thinking.
I must correct you on that, because we have not moved ahead. There has been nothing made to the public. There has been no formal announcement or invitation. And the only reason, so with that, you are mistaken, because it hasn't.
You just said it yourself. You said
It was
that
part of our report.
You said
It
we're
was
going to
part
have
of our
an event
report.
on January with a ribbon cutting.
Correct. And the reason why I'm proposing January 22nd is because that's our board meeting. Now, it's okay if it doesn't happen on January 22nd. Trust me, it's okay. We will still have a board meeting on January 22nd at PCC. And then if we come back in February and have this event for the Labor Center, or March, or April, or however long it takes for everybody to be happy with it, because I want you to be happy with it. If it takes you 6 months for all of this to happen, then we'll go back to PCC for a second time. So my intention, and again, this is me being efficient. My intention was, we're already on the PCC campus on January 22nd. We already have a meeting set. People are already going to be there. We will already have an audience. We will already have the technology set up. We can have an event that day, because I'm not asking for this rolled out red carpet, have the event ready to go with fireworks. I'm saying, welcome to the world, LBCC Labor Center. This is what we're hoping to achieve. These are our goals. Partner with us so we can move forward. And, you know, if January 22nd doesn't work, we have a whole calendar to decide on a date, and then you guys all just have to come back. I mean, I love PCC. We could all go back, you know, we could have 3 events.
Call for the question.
Well, I'd actually like to ask Trustee Otto if he doesn't mind, because I do want to do it right, and I don't want to be disrespectful of any constituent group. So, you know, it doesn't sit well with me, and you have voiced enough opposition, and you have voiced enough concern, and you have voiced enough contention where I'm okay with withdrawing the motion and just dragging the process on a little bit longer. I should not have used the word dragging, that's my bad. Maybe extending or prolonging the process more. Let's get more people involved. Let's give you more things to do and more meetings to have. So let's just, you know, if that's what you want, I'm available. We could do it. We can have more people do more research and present more. And then we'll come back December and we'll give you more, and then let's see what happens that day. And we can schedule a date for sometime in the future.
Hey, my advice to you, President Malauulu, is to lead the meeting, don't be the meeting.
Sure.
Okay. And what I mean by that is we formed an ad hoc committee. It was the only kind of committee that the board could form because it was a board committee. There's a lot of work that remains to be done. It was my understanding that you wanted to continue this process by saying this, but I not only don't think this thing is baked, I don't think it's half baked, and it's the beginning of a process. And a good process at this level with this board is obviously inclusive and involves a lot of work. Now, I mean, I'm quite frankly, I was a little surprised to hear that there would be a ribbon cutting, or that was what your intention was. But I don't see any reason not to keep moving forward on this, which is exactly what my intention was. And if I mean, there's nothing here to vote on except continuing to move forward.
Could the motion be reread? Yeah. Because I've forgotten.
Excuse me. You actually voted in October to establish the ad hoc committee to explore a labor center. You've already done that.
Right.
You can move on. You can set your next meeting. You don't need to vote on anything tonight. There's nothing to vote on. We didn't, you're not being asked to stop. You've already got the vote to continue to explore the establishing of a labor center at PCC. Then you come back with something substantial, a plan of how you're going to implement it, based on funding, based on location, based on whatever else. But you can continue with your ad hoc committee and do the right thing with the shared governance. That's what you need. You need time.
So
You need time.
why is this listed as a discussion action item?
In case anybody made a motion, which was made, but you know, if you want to continue with your motion, we can, but I would respectfully ask you to withdraw the motion if you don't mind, and then we'll go back to the drawing board and we'll throw some more people on the ad hoc committee.
I am happy to withdraw the motion and do what I hoped we would be doing anyway, which is doing the work, but not necessarily having 45-minute discussions on this dais about things that are ongoing. This has been an ongoing problem with this board.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
May I just offer, I get your good intentions and I don't have contention with it. I think it's very laudable. I think perhaps just to be mindful of our faculty's involvement and our students, considering expanding the ad hoc committee and having representation by them so they can opine, so that it's a more informed decision next time around it comes back, so we don't run into this again, is what I would suggest, if that's the desire of the board. So we follow a shared governance model in whatever we do. That's just something I offer.
Okay, so seeing as to how the motion was withdrawn, thank you,
And the
trustee Otto. And the second, they've both been, well, there'd be no second if there was no motion. So thank you for withdrawing that motion.
Point of order. There was a motion, there was a second. If I want to withdraw it, I think the second needs to be withdrawn as well.
Needs to agree, that's correct.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on to item 4.4, the ad hoc committee to explore renaming of the PCC campus. That would be trustee Untuck.
Yeah, I just want to give an update.
Don't make a motion.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I'm watching.
So thank you, Jackie, for sending us information. So we looked at the Superintendent Search Committee Composition Board Ad Hoc Committee that had different categories of folks who were appointed by each trustee that represented different constituent groups on campus, including Academic Senate and full-time faculty, part-time, foundation, member at large. Each of the trustees can appoint someone to participate. And this is I guess a broad committee. We also looked at issues of how to move forward a resolution, identifying where if a name change was to be made, where in the policy would that be housed, bringing back a future agenda item once approved, and then go forward. But we also looked at the sample agenda item of how things are listed. So in an example from 2016 that we looked at had the names of everybody from each of the different categories that was ratified at the board on a vote to say all these 10 or 20 members are now members of the ad hoc committee that will go forth and evaluate and come back to the board with a recommendation.
By job, I'm saying the wrong thing. But anyway, the president of the academic said not.
So we here it has categories. There's 21 different categories that you could call them constituent groups or categories or
You don't have to read them off.
affiliations.
I understand.
So we went through that. Also, kind of some emails and phone calls back and forth on composition. Yes, we do want to have student participation in it. Does it have to be the student trustee? No. We have other student members that can participate. Maybe even put a call out to ask people to submit, I'm interested, and then the board can pick one or two people to participate. But our next step is to come back with a written report in December with our recommendations on moving forward in the process, because I think people were very vocal at last month's meeting of saying they want to be included in the history and why the college is named why it is versus should LAC be renamed as well. So, we cognizant of that. So I wanted to thank President Malauulu for the communication and back and forth. And I know we're still trying to figure it out. No decision has been made, but that's our update right now.
Anyone else? Jerry?
So just for my own clarification, because I'm going to the Senate on Friday, are you saying that you're going to expand the ad hoc committee on PCC? Because again, they were waiting for that as well to participate on that. So I'm really asking for process. It's really not the content, the moment. I'm asking about process because that's what I'm going to be asked.
Yes.
Yes, the committee will be expanded.
We will be reaching out asking the Senate to have a representative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just haven't yet done it.
Thank you. And that information will be coming to me through Dr. Romali?
Or Jackie, or however Dr. Romali wants to distribute it.
Well, that would be the protocol from my understanding, my predecessors, that comes from Dr. Romali. So from the board to Dr. Romali to faculty. So
Sure.
then I will be
Yes,
hearing,
the board has one employee. Yes, it would come through me.
That's all the update I have. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, so we are moving on to item 4.5, and this is contract award. This is an action item. This is that the board authorized the Vice President of Business Services to enter into and execute the contract award as submitted. This is for the Superintendent President evaluation, and Dr. Beth Correa with Think Legal 360.
Move approval with amendments from Attorney Ewing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 4.6, healing we did that already. That was Dr. Mortensen. Item 4.7, update on low-cost textbook options and open educational resources. This is an information item only. I would invite anyone to please refer to the attachments. And does anyone have any questions or? Oh, I'm sorry, are you presenting?
Yes.
You're right. Allison, I'm so sorry. Allison will be presenting an update, and that's, Dr. Scott, I'll defer to you to maybe introduce Allison and her hard work.
Absolutely. Thank you, Board President. I'm very happy to have Professor Allison Murray here tonight. She's our current OER faculty coordinator, and she's here with her daughter, Danny. So hi, Danny. We're happy to have you here. But Allison has done a great job working on OER, and she'd like to show you and talk to you about some of the successes we've had. And as you'll recall, she took over from Melvin Cobb, who also did a very good job. And Melvin is helping us right now with a huge amount of faculty online training. So Allison's been in the position for a year or so. And anyways, she has not a lot to tell you. She'll be very brief, but it's exciting, and we're very happy to have her. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board, Superintendent President Romali, Vice Presidents, and especially Vice President Scott. Thank you for inviting me here today. As Vice President Scott told you, I am Allison Murray. I'm with the Department of English, and I am a proud representative of LBCC as your OER coordinator. The OER coordinator role grew out of the OER initiative and the Academic Senate's State Senate's Resolution 17.2, which established local and open educational resource liaisons, which requires that each college designate a liaison to the OER initiative. As an extension of my role here at the college, I also serve as the college liaison, as well as the English discipline lead to the OERI. So as that role, I advocate on behalf of English faculty across the state to the OERI. In the 2 semesters that I've been in this position, as Dr. Scott pointed out, I took over from Melvin Cobb at the very beginning of spring last semester and worked throughout spring and the summer and then continue. We've accomplished quite a few remarkable goals, including the addition of a ZTC tab in the schedule of courses, and that allows students to search specifically for zero textbook cost courses and low textbook cost courses. This was actually a suggestion brought to me from one of my English Honors 3 students from Alyssa's class. And the student said, we've got this great honors tab where we can search for honors courses. Wouldn't it be great if we could just search for ZTC courses? And I said, you know what? You're absolutely right. And we managed to make that happen in, I think, a month. We managed to make that happen in a month. So that was a huge accomplishment. We also are proud of the fact that we created and presented the OER Faculty Awards for faculty who exemplify OER excellence. We've increased OER awareness, adoption, and creation by faculty from 9 courses identified in the fall 2018 schedule up to 109 courses identified this semester. That's an increase of 1,210%. I understand you like numbers. That's a pretty good number. Now that increase of adoptions was thanks to our educational efforts and the growing faculty awareness and acceptance of OER as a means to bridge equity gaps. We've also advanced OER's progress on, or LBCC's progress on OER to the top tier of Area D colleges, and part of that was done based on the presentation of our very first mini conference, The Future is Free.
We are also very proud of our OER faculty grant program, which uses equity funds to provide grants to faculty who want to create brand new OER or adapt existing OER to suit the needs of our students. Our first mini conference was really the brainchild of Dr. Scott, who gave me this idea, and she said, I think we should have a mini conference, and we made it happen within one semester. At that conference, 75 part-time, full-time faculty and administrators and even a few students attended to hear sessions on low textbook cost course options presented by forward-thinking educational publishers. We also had a session on understanding student OER needs, which featured, amongst other students, our missing student board trustee member. But Alyssa, you'll tell them. Thank you. We also had a session on faculty OER creations, which featured our faculty creators of OER projects. And we finally had a session on building a Z degree here at LBCC, presented by members from Canyon of the College of the Canyons, who are way ahead on OER, but we're going to catch up with them. Now, Senate Bill 1359 requires that at some point, very publicly, we identify courses in our schedule of classes with this symbol, which is the ZTC symbol, which you see on the left-hand side. And that clearly identifies any section which is offered to students at zero textbook cost. We are in full compliance with Senate Bill 1359, but we are also ahead because now we identify low textbook cost courses as well. I mentioned that we have presented 3 awards for the Outstanding Colleague for OER. Those recipients, Professor Simone Nguyen, David Godo, and Jeff Sable, all exemplify excellence in their OER advocacy, creativeness, and advancement. Our OER faculty-created texts are excellent examples of the creative enterprise of our faculty. For example, this text created by the Faculty of Learning and Academic Resources was a combined effort between full-time and part-time instructors. It replaced a textbook that originally was costing students $85.70, and that has led to a savings to date of over $46,000. Another textbook created by Professors Simone Nguyen and Robert Kemp replaced a textbook originally costing students $165. To date, they've saved students over $26,000. Wait, it gets better. Professor Nguyen also created a textbook to replace a very costly business calculus text, which was costing students $200 list price at the bookstore, $300 on Amazon, for a savings to date of $80,000. So just between those 2 math courses, they have saved students $106,000. Yes, I think that's worthy. I'm very proud to be working with these faculty. The math department is pushing forward on their creation of OER texts. They're extending their efforts with a goal to build specific OER materials for transfer level courses, and with minimal clerical support, they can have 6 textbooks ready within fall 2020, which could save students upwards of $180,000 per year. Now that's based on an estimate that we'll have 30% adoption throughout their courses, and that helps us hit that target. So our savings to date. We have funded slightly over $39,000 in faculty equity grants, and that has yielded over $600,000 in savings to our students. Now that's including the adoption of low textbook options as well by faculty and the adoption of existing OER, but that's pretty significant. Our goal, as you saw in the first slide, is to save students $1 million. But that's just the starting point. Now, OER is already addressing student equity. These projects make an immediate impact on our students who need it the most. The quotes that you see are from our spring 2019 student survey, which evaluated the student response to our faculty-funded grant projects. The picture that you see is from an infographic that I created to inspire more faculty to adopt OER. The last three quotes are the ones that had the most impact on me when I read them. It has made my life easier because I'm a low-income student and independent. It shows how much professors care for their students, makes it easier to learn in an environment knowing that how much the instructors actually care. And finally, it has allowed me to use money to take other classes that I needed but could not originally afford. So it's having an immediate impact upon our students right now. Our ongoing goals for OER are to increase our OER adoptions for high impact courses. Those courses include English 1 and 105, Psychology 1, Sociology 1, Math 130 and 110, Statistics 1, History 11, and Communication Studies 10. Those are our most high impact courses. We are already working towards a 10% capture of those target courses because the math department is already completing their Math 130 OER text and their Stats 1 OER text. And they've already set their goal much higher than we did, so they set their goal at 30% adoption. We're setting our goal conservatively at 10%. We want to also be aware that faculty do have academic freedom to choose the texts that work best for their students. We are also appreciative of the fact that when faculty choose to adopt an OER or create their own OER, they're taking on an enormous task. I can speak from personal experience, having adopted my own OER for my 105 online classes this semester. It takes on average 50 to 80 hours to convert a course to an OER text. It's a serious undertaking. But the faculty who take this on do so because they are passionate about protecting their students and securing their financial safety. So our ongoing goal continues to be to save our students $1 million, and we are well on that way. This work is being promoted by our very dedicated OER advisory group, and you'll see faculty and administrators on that committee who are incredibly hardworking and incredibly dedicated to OER. All of these people work in agency with us to advocate on behalf of students and to increase access to OER texts. I am now ready for your questions.
Trustee Antec?
Thank you so much, Molly. I know if Trustee Jones was here, he would be exuberant. This is, his wife can testify
Yes.
that this is his policy area #1 focus, that he came from day one of how do we expand this for exactly what you were talking about, equity, for financial security, that I don't have to spend $500 on textbooks that might go to rent or food or some other basic, primary need. And so it's wonderful to see the expansion. I know there was a mini summit last year, and it's great to see it develop and continue. I a former engineering student, I remember semesters spending $1,000 on textbooks in undergrad and grad school. That to have a lower cost alternative would just be such a lifesaver. And it's great to see the adoption. And I was going to ask you some questions of what have you found working best as you're expanding this? And then what has been the challenges or roadblocks? And then I guess a follow-up question is, what can we do as a board to support the further expansion if you see it's even necessary?
Yes, thank you so much for asking that question. As far as expanding the adoption, faculty are coming to the table. I get emails from faculty on a regular basis. I'm asked to make presentations. I've made presentations just recently to the curriculum committee, and then that led to an additional presentation for the College Culture Hour. And each of those means that I'm going to get a follow-up email from just even one or two faculty member who wants to sit down and talk about OER adoptions. So I look at each one of those opportunities as a chance to save students On average, you know, if we can replace, the average cost of a textbook is $97. If we can replace that, we're saving $4,000 for just one class. Just one class, $4,000. In my online 105 classes, I replaced 2 textbooks that were costing $129, and that saved students $6,750. So just getting the word out and knowing that we have administrators who are absolute passionate advocates like Dr. Scott is, and knowing that we have the support of the Senate, and knowing that we have the support of department heads and of deans, and that we can get that momentum going. If we can get people to come to the next OER mini conference that we plan to hold in the spring, then that will generate even more and more faculty buy-in. If we can get some financial support to hire talented students from we have a student body here who has an amazing skill set that is yet untapped. And if we can hire some of them, then we can move forward in creating these texts and making them look professional and giving LBCC the high profile that I want it to have.
Thank you so much, Allison.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was fabulous. I just want to go back to some of the numbers you were citing. I think in particular on page 11 of your presentation, you had one, if you can go back to that page. The 600, yes.
Yeah.
That. So this is total savings to date from when?
From the time when Melvin Cobb started collecting OER data.
What year was that?
So that would have been fall 2018.
Fall 2018 to fall 2019.
Mhm.
So within a year, 600 and roughly 604,000, and this is only pertaining to the ones that took on the OER task, correct?
Well, in addition, we're also leveraging in our low textbook cost adoption. So when faculty are adopting a low textbook option, that means that their textbooks cost under $40. And so that's a significant savings as well for students.
So how many are does that apply to the 604,000? How many
Well,
texts?
we currently have 109 sections identified as ZTC, just ZTC. I would have to get you the data on the low textbook course offerings, but I know that 109 is from 39 different types of classes.
Okay.
So there's some teachers who are teaching the same class, but they're offering multiple sections.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many students is this sample pool applied to, the 604,000? So how much is it per capita?
I would have to get you specific data information on that. That's a very good question.
I just want to know, like, per student, how much are we saving them? Because these are really invaluable statistics and numbers that I think speak for themselves. But if we can save an average student, you know, our tuition costs are nominal. They're free for the first 2 years, but this is where the rubber meets the road, and it would be a fantastic opportunity to promote for enrollment and beyond. And I would certainly like to see those numbers, and I really commend you for your hard work. And you can certainly count on my support to really broadcast this and support expansion of this to $1 million and beyond.
Yes.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yep.
Allison, congratulations. 2 things. One thing that you brought up that I think is very important, and that is the right of professors to determine textbooks.
Yes.
And so the fact that 109 sections have stood up and said, we want to go this route, I think that's fabulous. Secondly, the board had a goal of increasing OER. So that makes us look good because that was our goal.
You're welcome.
And and then thirdly, I want to honor Dr. Howard Shiflett, who is no longer with us. See, I gotta throw a deceased person in here. Howard Shiflett, at least 10 years ago, had the idea of having OER. He had read the fact that Harvard gives away their textbooks free online. And he proposed that idea at least 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago. So I just think it's wonderful that this has come back to fruition.
Thank you. I agree. I'm also really excited about working towards building a Z degree here at LBCC. I would love to see that happen. We've already identified our first target, which is the music program. They already have 80% of their courses covered under ZTC.
Outstanding. Trustee Otto?
Congratulations. This is a terrific achievement. Tell me about how you go about recruiting faculty members to write textbooks and how that whole process works.
Well, it starts generally with hallway conversations. And when I attended my first OER summit, I realized, I learned that the colleges who are most advanced, for example, CSU Channel Islands and College of the Canyons, they did it by having just one-on-one conversations with faculty who seemed open to it. I've done that. I've also made a number of presentations to target departments. For example, talking to my own department, which is one of the largest serving departments on campus, making special presentations at the composition community of practice meetings, which not only get our full-time faculty who are teaching composition, but also many of our part-time faculty. Part-timers have been very receptive to adopting OER because it gives them the opportunity to start teaching a class on the first day of the class, not to have to wait for their students who need financial aid disbursement. Now, I teach online courses, and I can tell you that so many times I've received that email in week 2, a student saying, "Dear Professor Murray, I'm going to start catching up on my work as soon as I get my financial aid and I can buy my textbook." That was always so frustrating to me as a professional, thinking, now the student is behind, and now the student's at risk of not doing well for the rest of the semester. And it's extra work for the student, and it's extra work for me, and it shouldn't have to be like this. So the system was somehow not serving everybody. OER is an opportunity where we can serve everybody, where students can start the work on day 1, and they don't feel left out of the equation. I also had many students who were attending my courses from overseas. So I have to think, as far as equity, those students deserve equity as well. And they deserve access to all the same materials that my students here on campus have. We have data in the report that I gave you that many students take advantage of the library loan system, where they're using their reserved textbooks for the first few weeks to do their reading until they get their financial aid disbursement. With an OER text, students don't have to do that. So if I tell faculty these stories, if I tell them that there are an enormous amount of existing OER materials that are peer-reviewed and are available for them to review in their own time, and that Dr. Scott has made it possible to have instructor copies of their OER texts printed out, then they're much more receptive because their academic freedom rights are respected and they can still meet the course outline of record.
So, and do you have programs to incentivize faculty people to write books?
Yes,
Are there
we do.
grants? Where does that money come from?
That comes from the equity fund.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did want to acknowledge Dr. Munoz, because he's been extremely supportive of equity grants. And if there's not already an existing OER text that faculty can adopt, they have to create one, sometimes from nothing. And that's a very, very labor-intensive activity. And these grants have enabled faculty in those situations to create a book from nothing, or to take something that had to be quite significantly revised to make it usable for them. So those grants, those faculty grants, came out of our equity funds, and Dr. Munoz was very supportive of that, and I thank him.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Munoz.
There should, if it's not done already, you should probably have a program where you recognize faculty members that have gone to the effort to produce or modify these programs, not just to use them, but I think that's really such a great example of what our faculty does and can do to help students.
I absolutely agree. We do have the OER Faculty Award, which we give during the Outstanding Colleagues Award ceremony.
Great. Okay, thank you. Keep up the good work. It's very, very impressive.
Really well done. Thank you. And thank you because I know that the library also plays an important role in the textbook loaner program.
Yeah.
So those textbooks that are on reserve there in the library have saved many of my students. Sometimes I've actually taken my own textbook, and because there's only one that could be on reserve, so I've let the library borrow my textbook, so that especially as you get to midterms and finals, there are two. So I really appreciate that work. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you, Allison. We are going to move on to the consent agenda, and I know that there's one item being pulled by Trustee Baxter. Anybody else?
Actually, I found two.
Two, okay. Which two?
I'd like to pull 5.3 and 5.18.
Okay, so with the exception of 5.3, 5.18, I'll entertain a motion, please.
So moved.
Trustee Otto made a motion, Trustee Antec seconded to approve all items on the consent agenda with the exception of 5.3 and 5.8. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. So 5.3.
Yes, here's my contention, and Paul Comiskey's in the back. So there are two donations here that I don't understand why a $500 donation from I assume it's Mr. Nolan Green went through the district and not the foundation, and the same with the Temple Israel donations of food bags valuing $4,680. And the reason that I question why is the foundation has the opportunity to recognize people. Their recognition, and I'm sure this is still true, is on a cumulative basis. And so I wondered why the district was taking these two donations. Vice President Drinkwine.
Thank you. The district is permitted to accept donations, and of course, when we do so, we ask that the board approve them. In both of these cases, the individuals came directly to us and said, please take what we have. And
So if I brought you $50,000 and said, please take it, the district would take it?
I would say, Trustee Baxter, that I, in that instance, would likely redirect them to you. I believe that the food items were being delivered directly to us, and I think we can take a look at our processes to determine whether we can accept them physically and ask that in that case, when we have a large delivery, that they be redirected to the foundation to have the foundation formally accept them. In the case of the small cash donation, that person, I believe, just sent us literally the check. We again can look, but if we receive the cash and are given it cash and or check, and if it gets delivered to us, it is difficult to redirect it at that point if there's not an opportunity there. And I would also say that I am sure of the flow of that specific cash donation, so they may be coming to us through different avenues as well. It is an unusual occurrence.
Okay, I'll accept that, but I will also warn Mr. Comiskey that maybe he needs to sit down and talk, because I have to tell you that a very large donation, $680,000, the woman's will said Long Beach City College, and that money was redirected to us. And so there were people who wanted the college to hold on to that money and not the foundation. So there is a history of, accepting and then transferring. Well, actually, the district didn't even accept the gift. The foundation accepted the gift. I just want people to be aware.
Thank you. We'll go back and double check and make sure that our processes are proper.
Okay. Now we go to, is that okay?
So anyone else would like to comment on item 5.3? Okay, Trustee Baxter did such a great job when she was board chair a couple years ago that sometimes it comes out at her, and
That's right.
and she wants to lead the meeting, which I have no problem
No, and you should,
co-sharing.
You should keep me in line.
So item 5.18,
Yeah. Okay, and
Point of
this,
order.
Oh,
point of
sorry,
order.
sorry.
We need to vote and accept the donation because we took it out of the.
Okay.
I move acceptance.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 5.18, Trustee Baxter.
Yes, this is a contract to renew a contract with the Long Beach City College Foundation, and Mr. Kaminsky is aware of my concerns. And I would like to ask that the contract be acceptance or approval be held over till the December meeting, so that he has a chance to meet with the executive committee. And I don't really want to say what my issue is, because I don't really want to say it. And if he wants me to, I will, but I really think it's a bad idea. But there's something that concerns me, and I would like to ask for the approval to be delayed till December.
I have a question about that, and I just don't know. That's why I'm asking. I understand that the board is in a position to approve or deny the approval of this item, but does the board have any input with the foundation in terms of the contributions? And I mean, is that within our purview to dictate? Because I was under the impression that the district is separate from the foundation. I just want to make sure that, you know, myself and the public, we all understand correctly. So who wants to answer that? Okay.
Sorry.
I just was always told that the district and the foundation were two separate entities.
Thank you. The district and the foundation are two separate legal entities, but because our mission is the same, and that's to serve the students of the district, we have an alignment, and a very strong alignment, and a very strong relationship, so that we cooperatively have a partnership. And that both the bylaws and the terms of our agreement express that partnership and that alignment with goals. So as far as the contribution, how those contributions flow through the foundation is determined by the foundation. How the relationship works between the foundation and the district is done through mutual agreement, and how the district utilizes amounts given to us by the foundation can be dictated by the foundation if it is a specific gift, and occasionally we have broader latitude. So there's a strong relationship there, but the district dictates the district's actions and the foundation dictates the foundation's actions.
Okay.
If I could
Sure.
just say, this has gone on for at least 15 years, a contribution from the district to the foundation. It's not something new.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this item to December. Did you, is
There's a second?
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to continue this item to December. Any discussion? Trustee Antec?
Yeah, I don't know why we need to continue this item. I did have a question on, I noticed the previous amendment was about $75,000 funding, where this one is substantially more at the $275,950 amount. What are we getting more for as far as the increase? And then also, is this making the foundation an auxiliary organization, or is this just an extension of the first contract on there?
Thank you, Trustee Intook. This is actually an extension of the current agreement that expired at the end of the 18-19 year. The original agreement provided for a $200,000 a year support of the foundation. There was a subsequent amendment that added the additional nearly $76,000 to support, I believe, the support of an alumni director. And so the total amount that year is what is reflected in the proposed amendment for a 2-year period.
I would like to, if it is the pleasure of the board, to give Paul Kaminsky an opportunity, if he would like, to address the board, only because he is the executive director of the foundation, and I think as a professional courtesy, since his name has been mentioned on the dais, and since, these two agenda items are regarding what he does, I just, if it's okay with everyone, I'd like to give you an opportunity to speak. Sorry, didn't mean to blindside you.
That's quite all right. I want to thank everybody for this opportunity. I understand Trustee Baxter, we've had some discussion on her concern, and I'm about 12 weeks into my position here, so I'm trying to figure out all the nooks and crannies and all the different things, and I am willing to extend this to the December meeting if the board sees fit. I think it's an important relationship that between the foundation and the college that I'm trying to establish anyway. From everybody up there I've been able to meet pretty much and establish a relationship. My goal is to have a great relationship with everybody, and it's really about our students, and that's where my heart is. And so, whatever works that we need to iron out before to move forward in a positive way, I'm willing to do that. And so I leave it in your hands to do that. That the money that has been coming in has been about a 15-year relationship. It is being used to support the alumni endeavor, which we did just get the database for that about a month ago. About 185,000 records that need to be cleaned and really groomed, and that's going to be a long process. We have adopted a new database. We want to get into a big multi-year, multi-million-dollar campaign that leads us up to our 100-year anniversary, so we can really fund the programs of the school for the long term. There's a lot going on here that's programmatic, and so the vision that I have is to be able to create a large endowment so we can fund a lot of these programs even when budgets shrink. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. Any questions?
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Paul. Sorry to surprise you like that. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor, and we've had discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we have 3 ayes. All those opposed?
Nay.
Sunny, are you an aye?
We have 4 ayes and 1 nay. Trustee Untuck is a nay. Motion carries. Okay, we're moving on to section 6 of the agenda, the Academic Senate. 6.1, I will defer that to Vice President Dr. Scott.
Thank you, Board President. This is our section on curriculum, and our curriculum chair, Dr. Koenig, is in the audience if you'd like her to address anything here. There are some rather exciting things here. One of them is the personal finance course, and I'll let, with your permission, Dr. Koenig speak to that. With your permission, have Dr. Koenig speak to the personal finance course.
Absolutely, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Board members, yeah, we're excited about this addition to or potential addition to GE Plan B. This will be for CSU. This is based on the executive order that I included in your packet, Executive Order 1100, which is opening up the option to expand the quantitative reasoning area. And we feel like this is a great opportunity in terms of equity to offer students another option in this area. And math is often a stumbling block for certain students, and this, I think, will open up some more success for us, so we're excited about that.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Good work. I might take that personal finance class myself. Anyone else? Okay.
Call for the question.
Yeah, no, it's an action item, so I do need a motion to pass that.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to accept this modified and inactivated courses effective fall of 2020. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Could you repeat the motion and who?
The motion is, this is for item 6.1, that the Board of Trustees approve the modified and inactivated courses effective fall 2020. And Trustee Otto made the motion, Trustee Baxter seconded.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.2, Dr. Scott.
Thank you, President Malauulu. Again, we have exciting things going on here, and I can, again, defer to Dr. Koenig. And I'd like to say, just for the record, that she does a fabulous job. You have no idea the amount of work that the Curriculum Committee does, and all of their numerous subcommittees, because I think sometimes we don't realize that this is our maybe we do realize, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that, but this is our product, and the work that they do in those committees is often unrecognized and unsung. And so the fact that she's here and she sits to this point to answer any questions, I really, really appreciate. But if she could speak just briefly to the new physics degree. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're very excited to bring forward a new ADT, an associate degree for transfer. These are always good news. First, this has been a long time coming, and so we're going to add one in physics. And not only does that offer a nice sort of pathway for our students, it's a great completion for the college when those come through. So we look forward to having some success there.
Very good. Thank you. We will entertain a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, moved by Trustee Zia, seconded by Trustee Baxter. All those in, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.3, modifications to general education plans A and B. Dr. Scott?
Thank you, Board President. Again, these are the results of some of the curriculum changes that we've done, and the one that's particularly significant tonight is the GBiz, which is the personal finance course going into the quantitative reasoning. And it means that students for the first time can take a course outside of the math area to meet the quantitative reasoning requirement. So for example, a student in maybe you can explain it, Dr. Koenig, but students taking...
This is, we did, the faculty author collaborated with the math department, because obviously this is a concern, because this is a new development. But the exciting thing about it is this is not a course that anybody who's going into a STEM field would take. So this is really for people who are in majors such as mine, art history. I don't need to worry about, taking a high-level math course that I can do just fine. So we're looking forward to having that avenue open for appropriate majors. So.
All right. I'll entertain a motion for that item.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Untuck. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And that concludes academic services. Now we'll move on to human resources, section 7 on the agenda. Item 7.1, he's been so patient just sitting there through all of this, poor guy. So this is an employment contract with interim dean, Moises Gutierrez, School of Science and Mathematics. It is an action item to approve his contract effective November 21st of this year to November 20th of next year. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Any discussion? We've got a motion, Trustee Baxter, second Trustee Zia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, congratulations, Moises. Thank you. You're doing a great job. And thanks for being so patient, just sitting there waiting. Item 7.2, this is Management Handbook Evaluation Personnel Plan. This is an action item, and I will defer to Vice President Durand for this.
Thank you, Board President Malauulu. So I'd just like to describe for the board what this document is, the process that was gone through to review, and in particular, what has not changed, and why we are proposing 3 changes. So this handbook is designed to cover all employees, essentially not unrepresented employees, who are on the management salary schedule. So that's academic administrators, classified administrators, managers, supervisors, and confidential employees. As stated in the plan, and what I want to make sure is understood, is nothing in this plan is intended to in any way limit the authority of the board or the superintendent, president, and CEO of the college. And essentially what this handbook does, and I want to use the word handbook Because the current title on our website is, I think, Evaluation and Personnel Plan, which means not a lot because it's just one part of what this is. So for me, it was very important that we added Management Handbook to the title so that current management employees, prospective management employees understood how we define them, how we support them. So really what it does, it summarizes the functions, responsibilities, benefits, and importantly, the evaluations of those covered. And as stated in here, the last time this document came before the board was 9 years ago. So it's time for a review. It really is. Fortunately, I can probably guess at who wrote this because I recognize the writing. Fortunately, the document itself, the structure is really quite sound. So what I had to work with was a good foundation. I have been, this may not seem like it, but the review of this has been probably for the last 4 or 5 months. I can't tell, yes, it's been very careful. Because we wanted to make sure that it was current, that it communicated current board policy, that it communicated current board practice, and that it communicated current law as we know it. So it was very thorough. One of the first reviews, of course, was with Human Resources, and in particular the team that I have that facilitates leaves. In addition, we wanted to make sure that in Vice President Drinkwine's area, payroll and benefits, that the benefit portion is exactly as we currently have for our current employees and past employees, as the board has enunciated out in the past. And in addition, I had a meeting with a couple individuals from the Management Association, as given to me by the Management Association, to review what we were doing so that they understood what it was. As I mentioned, the handbook follows the exact same format of what we have and the order of information because I wanted to make sure that it was still easily read and understood by those who know what the handbook is. The majority of the edits were really just for clarity, just for brevity, because as we know, if a document is too long and too cumbersome, frankly, people just don't read it. And there's some very important in here for information in here on the responsibilities, roles, benefits, leaves, and evaluation that all management folks should have. So the 3 changes are these. 1 is a medium change, 2 are a minor change. So here's the medium change. So our current practice for those people covered under this handbook is we have a cap of 256 hours, which is roughly 1.5 times what the what the annual allotment is. Anyone who reaches the end of the year at anything in excess of 256, we roll over into sick. Meaning that if I hit the end of the year at 260, 4 hours are rolled into sick. We're having a problem with that. And the issue is called STRS, and the other issue is called PERS. And in particular, both allow essentially 12 days of sick to be credited for every year. So in other words, a day of sick for a month of service. By rolling over excess, we are reporting sick accrual in excess of what is allowed by STRS. I will let Vice President Drinkwine chime in if the board wishes. I always like her to chime in. Because we recently had a STRS audit, and we had some findings. And one of the findings is that we weren't properly reporting sick leave balances, and frankly, it cost the district some money. We had to pay penalties. So we need to fix that. So in the language, what we're proposing is to keep the same 256-hour cap. And though any hours in excess of that at the end of the year would reduce the following year's allotment of roughly 21 days or 168 hours. So this would still allow employees to carry over potentially a very generous 3.5 times annual allotment leave balance, which is greater than most private industry who have vacation. As you may not know, California courts have enunciated that they consider a reasonable cap on vacation to be about 1.5 to 1.7. We're in excess of that, which is allowable, so it's up to 3.5 times. So that's the vacation part. And so that'll be a bit of a change, but it's still a very generous vacation cap and balance that employees can keep. The other part is in our evaluation of those on the management handbook. We have a 360-degree peer review evaluation. Currently, our process is for the employees to pick 25 peer raters. From those 25, the supervisors pick 15. What we're looking to change it to is that the employee picks half, so we're taking it to 10, and then the supervisor picks 10, so that it's a little balanced onto those people who are going to give feedback, who the managers serve, balance between who the employee thinks are important, who the supervisor thinks are important. There's language that number can be less if there are less, and there's language in there if they both select the same peer review, it would simply lessen the number of peer review raters. The other thing that we added is a new ed code on parental leave. The legislature through SB 63, it was a year and a half ago, added parental bonding leave, so it's bonding of a newborn, bonding of an adopted child, and bonding with a foster child. These things have already been added into AFT's contract the previous cycle and have been added into FA's contract. This just brings what we have to do anyway into the management handbook. Otherwise, absolutely no other changes to district policy or district procedures before the board.
That's very good. Thank you for all that. Really good information. Would anybody, Trustee Otto?
Could you explain again I didn't quite understand the designation of members for an evaluation that.
Sure. So there's a couple of components to the evaluation. There's 5. One of them is we reach out to peer evaluators in a normal assessment so that we can get feedback on how that employee works with groups, how timely they are, how they serve particular populations. Currently, the process is for the employee to select 25. And then from that 25, the manager selects 15 from the employee's group. What we're proposing to do so that it's balanced between who the employee wishes to review them and balanced with who the supervisor, and we would consider all the supervisors to be professional and mature, who they wish to have input. Who are the people that this employee depends on? Who does the employee serve? Who would it be valuable to get feedback from? So it's balanced between the employee and the supervisor.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Gina. I appreciate that. It is an action item, so I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
All right, we've got a motion, Trustee Untuck, and a second, Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Motion carries. All right, we're moving on to Section 8, Administrative Business Services, Item 8.1. This is the 2019-2020 CCFS-311Q. That's the first quarterly financial status report. It is an action item, and there are attachments there for public view. Any questions or comments on that?
Move approval.
We've got a motion by Trustee Zia and a second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 8.2, resolution of intent to approve easements granted to the Boeing Company at the Liberal Arts Campus for the purposes of installing underground wastewater treatment line. That's an action item.
Move approval.
Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Zia, seconded by Trustee Otto. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 8.3, this is the first reading of the revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulations 6006, Computer Telecommunications and Network Classroom Technology. And there are attachments there for the public. Is there any discussion, question, report on this item? All right, it is a first reading, so we will see this again in the December meeting for a second reading and approval. Is that correct? All right, moving on to item 8.4. This is another information item only, the 2019-2020 first quarter budget performance report. Any questions or comments?
Is there a presentation?
There is a presentation on that. I will defer this to Vice President Drinkwine.
Thank you. It is actually under 8.5. We have a presentation on the budget and the deficit reduction plan that references the item contained for your information in 8.4. So if I could ask for the presentation. Thank you. I'll be doing this from the dais.
I can, since 8.4 is not the one that has the presentation, I can just move to item 8.5. Is that okay with the board? Any opposition to that? All right, so let's just move on to item 8.5, the budget deficit reduction plan, and that does have that's where the presentation is, Vice President Drinkwine.
Correct. Thank you. So in this presentation, I'll be providing a snapshot or where we are in the current budget year, as well as answering some questions that have been previously asked about our progress towards our deficit reduction plan, our FICMET self-evaluation, and the establishment of a rainy day fund. If you recall, in our budget study session over the course of the summer, I shared with you how there are several calendars that overlap that all contribute towards the development of our budget. In red circled for you is where we are today. That since the board adoption of our final budget, we have had a little bit more information. Not a lot, but a little bit more. Primarily, we know what the last couple of months of actual expenditures and revenues have looked like. So we have some months under our belt. We also know a little bit better about where we are with enrollment, where we are with positions that perhaps have still remained vacant. So we have salary savings and the results of some of our actions to continue towards reducing our deficit. As a reminder, our budget always reflects the board goals, strategic plan, goals, institutional priorities, that we are in alignment with accreditation standards, that planning and our budget and resource allocations are aligned with institutional planning, and that the budget is simply a reflection of those priorities and not separate from those priorities. Some of the primary budget assumptions contained in our budget is the 3.26% COLA. This is the highest COLA. This is the highest that the COLA has been in several years. We will be providing you with an in-depth presentation of the student-controlled funding formula, but a small reference here is that we are in hold harmless status, that our 1920 FTES target is 19,375, and that we do have a goal of 15% reserves. This is the snapshot. This is where we are as of first quarter. And I want to point you to the item highlighted in yellow. This is our operating surplus, if we had one, or our deficit. And as you know, our tentative budget identified $2.9 million in deficit spending. By the time we adopted, we identified additional uses, and that grew to over $3.5 million. I'm happy to report that we've whittled it down to $2 million. We've done that by identifying and reflecting any savings from vacant positions, as well as any other savings we could possibly have eked out. I will also share that it is sometimes a strategy that's utilized to not share the savings as they occur. That by sharing with you right now the fact that we believe our projection to be better than it was, there's the potential that we would increase our savings. And so that is a strategy that is sometimes used, and we're choosing to not do that, to be as transparent as possible as we approach deficit reduction so that we can really tell the story about what's happening. And this is a graphical representation of that story. I want to walk you through what this chart does. It's called a waterfall chart. The columns in gray indicate our deficit spending at that point in time. So at our tentative budget deficit, or tentative budget rather, our deficit was 2.9 million. Our adopted budget deficit was 3.5 million. And currently, we project with the first quarter a budget deficit of 2 million. The columns in between those gray columns indicate actions. What happened? So between the tentative and the adopted budget, we had an increase of salaries of over $600,000. What happened after that? Well, we continued our reorganization efforts, and we are also recognizing salary savings from vacant positions. We always budget for all of our current positions, but as you well know, sometimes it takes a few months to put somebody in there. You get salary savings. That's part of it. Part of it is ongoing reorganization. You'll see another blue bar. That shows we went in the wrong direction a little bit by $191,000. We do have a fund penalty. We were short by 2.5. One of those was a failed search. The other 1.5 is because our FTES growth actually exceeded our expectations. There is a part of the projection there, so in a way, that's a good thing. But I'm happy to say that we were very close. So we have a small fund penalty. And then lastly, we have some increases in efficiency that we're recognizing with the $481,000. That really, we had some implementation of things that really helped us. So what does that get us? That gets us to the $2 million. When I come back to you with the second quarter, you'll see another gray column and hopefully more reduction. However, as you well know, there are actions that we are considering that could reverse that, as well as when we get to that student-centered funding formula presentation, things that will also impact our deficit, perhaps negatively. I just reviewed these actions. They are here for you in narrative form if you'd like to have that supplement your chart. Next, I'd like to talk about our FCMAT self-evaluation. We talked at the last board meeting about the tool that FCMAT has developed, and as a reminder, FCMAT stands for the Fiscal Crisis Management, and oh my goodness, what's the A? The last T is the team. Assistance, thank you so much. Had a moment there, the Fiscal Crisis Management and Assistance Team. They're operated out of the Kern County Office of Education. They serve K-14 in several different ways, provide lots of support to ensure the fiscal solvency of all K-14 public agencies in California. We utilized this tool, which is attached for your reference, to perform an in-depth self-evaluation. I am happy to share that we are considered low risk. This despite the existence of a deficit. It's for a couple of reasons. That we have a historical track record for addressing our deficit spending. And two, it's a reflection of the incredible internal controls we have as an organization. We have conservative budgeting and we have intense control over our expenditures. And we're able to demonstrate that. So I'm very pleased to share that we are considered low risk. That does not mean, however, that we are not facing some sturdy challenges coming up. And again, we're going to touch base with those in the next presentation. I was also asked to present to you some options for the establishment of a rainy day fund. This was as a result of my sharing with you that we ended up 2018-19 with a surplus of $6 million when we started off the year with a deficit of $6 million, a nice little swing. If the board wanted to add to the 15% reserve goal you currently have, you have basically 3 options. The first two, both are creating an additional line in our unrestricted fund that allow us to set aside a portion of that fund balance. The first is called a designation. A designation is the easiest and most flexible way to do this. We simply create a line, you approve the creation of the line, and any movement in and out of that line is done through a simple budget adjustment. The second one is a little bit stronger, less flexible on purpose. It's called a commitment. You create a commitment with a specific separate board action, and you make any changes or transfers out of that commitment with a specific board action. So rather than it being a budget adjustment that you would approve in consent, you would approve this action with a separate action. So it is more transparent, a little less flexible. And thirdly, you can create a special reserve fund that is separate from the unrestricted general fund. This again can be adopted through separate board action, but these funds do not reside in the unrestricted general fund. They are not considered to contribute to the 15% goal of a reserve. Instead, they are completely separate. No action is required for today, but they are here in response to your question for your consideration. What questions do you have?
Anyone have any questions? Very good, Marlene. That was excellent. Okay, we're going to move on to item 8.6 for the student-centered funding formula presentation. That is also an information item, and I understand that you've got a tag team there.
We do, and we'll be presenting from the podium for
All
this
right,
one.
there you go. Take it away.
As my colleagues make their way to the podium, I want to share that this was a collaborative effort with Vice President Dr. Kathy Scott and Vice President Dr. Mike Munoz. That obviously the student-centered funding formula affects all areas of Long Beach City College, and as such, it was important that we collaborate in looking at how this formula impacts the district and how that affects our projection of goals for the SCFF metrics. And of course, this effort goes far deeper than the three of us. We have incredible teams that have come together to produce this information. And I have to specifically mention the contributions of Dr. Van Volkenberg and her team, because without them, this would have been an impossible task without their ability to grab out data and allow us to really interpret that data. In this presentation, we want to provide you with a brief overview of the student-centered funding formula, and then talk about the significant changes that have been approved thus far in 2019-20. When I say significant, that is an understatement. Then we're going to review our FDES history, talk about how we developed growth goals, and how are we reaching those growth goals. What are those activities that we are doing? And then a discussion about what are we envisioning that will happen next in the next year, the year after that, and the year after that. So a small little primer. The base allocation provides about 70% of student-controlled funding formula funding. And when I say about, it's important to remind yourselves that as we talk about the split between SCFF funds and these different allocations, that split is made at the state level. It's made when they're divvying up into rates. Once it trickles down to us, it's not going to be exactly 70%. It's going to be about, but at the state level, it is 70%. The base allocation, you can think of as a continuation of the old funding formula. In the base allocation, we are given money per FTES. Some of the differences are that's now a 3-year average of FTES. So by averaging out, what it does is it softens decline, but it also blunts growth. And that's an important consideration. And as you know, in the final hours of the change for SCSF in 1819, there was a thought that they would disallow the summer shift. It is still allowed, but I will also share that is not very impactful because we're talking about a 3-year average. So your ability to shift the summer numbers really doesn't matter when you're averaging it out over 3 years. If it's not included in 1 year, it's included in the next, which is in the average. The supplemental allocation was one of those new allocations. It's about 10% of your funding. This one is based on prior year head count, and it basically gives us funding specifically well, we don't have to use it for the low-income students, but the funding is generated by the headcount of students who qualify for Pell Grant, AB 540, or the College Promise. And then the third allocation is the student success allocation. We are receiving funding based on student completions in these areas. This provides about 20% of the student-centered funding formula. All districts receive, at minimum, the amount of their 2017-18 funding increased by COLA annually. That is us. That if we were funded by the formula today, we would lose in the neighborhood of $3 million. Instead, we are funded at hold harmless and will continue to do so until the expiration of hold harmless, which originally was for a 3-year period concluding in 2020-21. So what are those changes? 2018-19 was the first year of the formula. And by the time we got to the end of the first year of the formula, we found that there were some major issues with the funding formula. The primary issue being that there wasn't enough money. There was talk in May that every district would receive a 5% cut, which would have meant a $6 million cut to Long Beach City College. By the time it finally trickled down, the Chancellor's office decided to hold firm to their promise that all districts would receive at least the hold harmless, which was really critical for us because those are the districts who did not enjoy any increases in funding from the student-centered funding formula. Instead, all districts who received money above their specific hold harmless level were capped at a growth of about 8% and then got cuts, some of them severe. Another result of the underfunding of the formula was that the state introduced and enacted several limitations in the student funding formula to limit the speed at which we can grow. The first is that all areas now are calculated based on 3-year averages, not just FTES, but the other two as well. And remember, while it softens decline, by doing a 3-year average, it blunts growth. If you have 1 year that you had 1 student, the next year you had 3 students, the third year you had 5 students, you're getting funded in that third year at the average of those 3, which is not 5. It blunts your growth, and that was an important consideration. The second big deal, and this is going to be why I cannot tell you exactly what we would be funded at when we exit hold harmless, is that they were rebenching all the rates. They're still deciding on the calculation they're going to use to rebench those rates. In a way, you can think of rebenching rates as deficiting rates. So they're giving us a cut early on, in effect. How much? I don't know. But they are playing with those rates. Those rates, once they identify them, will be permanent. They will have increases annually for COLA, but how they do it is critical this year because it will impact us for all future years' funding. In recognition of the severity of the changes they've made, they've extended hold harmless by 1 more year to 2021-22. This is a good sign. I expect continued changes, and this means that if we have continued changes to this extent, they would likely extend hold harmless, as long as we're really loud about it and united about it and say, extend hold harmless. That's important. Originally, the split between the 3 allocations was supposed to be 60-20-20, meaning that base was going to drop to 60%. Instead, they're keeping with the 70-20-10. They put that in statute. Apparently, people really succeeded in doing what we were asked, and we completed students in record numbers. We did it better than almost everybody else in the state, but the other districts did well too. As a result, they've limited the amount that will be awarded to districts. Instead of getting dollars based on every completion, every award each student achieves, instead we will be getting funded only on the highest award that student achieved that year. That means if you have a student who gets an ADT and a certificate, we will get funding only for the ADT. Last year, we would have gotten funding for both. Another limitation is that before, if you had a student who transferred, there was no requirement that that student have attended or completed any number of units in your district. So if that student had attended 3 different districts prior to their transfer, all 3 districts received the funding for that transfer. The new rules say you only get the allocation if the student completed 12 units in the prior year. I will also mention that the application of any future state deficit is being hotly contested right now as we speak. I think Dr. Munoz could probably speak to this a little more since he attended the state committee meeting on the student-centered funding formula today, because he is, luckily for us, a representative representing his area on the committee. But this is an area hotly contested. There are 2/3 of the community college districts in California who are funded above the hold harmless. They want to share their pain. They don't want to bear the brunt of any future deficits, regardless of what promises were made to districts to be held at the hold harmless. That is an issue we are watching very, very, very closely. I mentioned the State Student-Centered Funding Formula Committee. That's an indication of the depth of which this funding formula is still evolving. That I would not call them refinements. I would call them critical and significant changes. And issues of future deficits, issues of equity, and issues of how fast we can grow when we are doing the job that we've been tasked with will continue to be a focus of how we look at these formulas as we move forward. We have had challenges with declining enrollment, as had most other community college districts in California. But I am pleased to say that we are seeing increases, as Dr. Scott shared earlier. And what I'd like to do is now turn over the mic to Dr. Scott so she can talk a little bit about how we got there, where we're going, and how we're going to do it.
Thank you, Vice President Drinkwine. Okay, this is a section on growth goals and investment activities. The growth goals were established for all metrics based on these 3 areas you see here. Historic data, the 2018-19 progress, which includes our many successes, and anticipated additional actions that are needed to support continued increases. The base allocation, as Vice President Drinkwine said, is our FTES, and it's 70% of our allocation. It includes credit, FTES, CDCP, which is our non-credit career development certificate, that section of non-credit, and our non-credit that's not linked to CDCP certificates. Those 2 areas, and also under the second bullet, the special admit, which are our high school students, either in individual dual enrollment or in our program for dual enrollment, our ECPP program. So that's what the base allocation includes. And in our projections, we have been very conservative, but we've looked at our current fall growth and looked at where we think we'll be going for those other areas in the next few years leading up to the time when we leave the hold harmless. And again, we've been very conservative in this exercise because we can't say for sure what our completions will be. So we're looking at it from that light. Okay, this chart here shows you the different areas under the FTES. You see the credit, looking at it from our actuals, 18-19, through the implementation of the student-centered funding formula in 21-22. So you see the credit, you see this special admit, which is our high school students, CDCP, which is the non-credit career development, FTES, and the non-credit, which is not the CDCP. And if you look at that, again, we've been very conservative, but you can see the projection there under 1920, which is the 19,983. We are shockingly close to regaining our large college status at this point. So it's due to the hard work of everybody across this campus, honestly. A lot of work in student services, a lot of work out of institutional effectiveness, and people being very nimble in the instructional area and adding classes where they needed to add them. So we're very thankful about that. And then you can see in 2021, we're just looking to get a little bit of a buffer there. We'll go slightly over 20,000, and then by the time we leave the hold harmless, we're not hugely over, but we're over. So that's the way we see it. And I'll go on to the next one. I'm sorry. Let me pass this over to Dr. Munoz.
So I have the privilege of talking a little bit about the supplemental allocation and some of our growth targets that we were able to identify as a collective team. Just some context, we've been spending the last, I would say, year in student services building out dashboards that really align with the different student success funding formula metrics. And one of the key metrics that we spend some time building out our dashboard is around the the supplemental allocation. So when we look at Pell Grant recipients, AB 540 students, and California Promise Grant recipients, which I still like to say formerly BOG, fee waiver, we were able to identify over 3 years some really conservative numbers, but numbers that we're very confident we'll be able to hit or exceed. And so for Pell Grants, we've identified an increase of 20% over 3 years. So the year one target is 10%, so this would be year one right now. Year 5% in year two, and year 5% in year three. Looking at our dashboard metrics, we are on track to hit that 20% actually probably within our first year. So again, we're making some substantial growth in that area. For AB 540 students, we have been a little bit more conservative because when we look at our AB 540 numbers, we're seeing a decline in our AB 540 numbers, and I think that's indicative of what we're seeing in the national climate around immigration. Many students are uncomfortable coming forward and receiving what's the perception of public benefits. And so that's, I think, in part limited and had an impact on our AB 540 student population. And so we do expect an increase, but we wanted to be conservative in that estimation. So we're looking at a 4% overall across the 3 years, with a 2% in year one, 1% in year two, and 1% in year three. And for the third supplemental allocation category, the California Promise Grant recipients, we're looking at a 5% increase over 3 years. And you might ask, why is that number so low in contrast with the Pell Grant recipients? In part, it's that many students don't have a problem being awarded the California Promise Grant or the BOG fee waiver. It's all those additional steps that seem to be a hurdle for the Pell Grant. So when really looking at the number, we wanted to be realistic and we didn't want to overshoot. And so those were the three benchmarks we came up with within student services that align with the supplemental allocation. I will add, this has not been passed at all yet, but there are talks that there'll be a fourth category that will be added to the supplemental allocation, and that is adding first-generation college student status as a supplemental allocation metric. And so that has not been passed, but that is in discussions right now, and I know that recommendation is coming out of the Student Success Funding Formula Task Force. And then if we look at the next slide, you can see the actual counts that we're looking at. So the dashboards that I've shared with you that we've created in financial aid that really track all of these metrics give us real-time daily data. So I actually have a report that's submitted to me 10 a.m. every day that shows the growth. So I'm able to see, okay, if I see a slowdown, guess what I do? I nudge. I have a conversation with financial aid. Hey, I've noticed that we're starting to taper off here. Can you let me know what's the status on the award process so that we really keep a good pulse so that we can make sure that upon the end of Hold Harmless, we really hit our goals and we're in a better place than we are now.
Okay. There are some additional considerations that we need to be aware of. Both the ADTs and the associate degrees are expected to level off. We will reach a plateau based on all the efforts that have been ongoing for the last 2 or 3 years under Dr. Romali's leadership. And so there will be a plateau. We can't continue the increases that we've had at the records that we've had them. Conservative growth is expected for transfer level math, but it's important to note with that personal finance course that you passed tonight, that could be a game changer for the completions of math within 1 year. Growth in the trades programs are expected to result in the growth of CTE certificates and the regional living wage. And also the Pell Grant and College Promise Grant recipients are based on the historical percentage of total completions, which I will show you on the following slides. Okay, this shows a summary for all students. So this is all students regardless of financial aid status. And for example, you see here the associate degree for transfer, which provides us the greatest number of points in the funding formula. We went from 936 to 1,236 awards and that was our 32% increase in transfer that you saw on that chart earlier tonight. We know that we cannot continue at those kind of rates, so we're looking at just under 10% going forward for increases, 9.2 and 7.4. The associate degrees are not nearly, they're going to become somewhat stable because of the popularity of the associate degrees for transfer. And then the credit certificates, those two, they're going to plateau. They can't continue the huge increases that we've had, and we understand that. Math, we've been very conservative in looking at that. Only about 3% we're looking at just in our projections, just because we don't want to overstate what we think we can do with math. Although I think that on many of these we're going to be able to do far more than what is projected here. Transfer, again, we're keeping that low, about 3%. The 9 units of CTE, again, very low, and the regional living wage. The next chart shows the same numbers for Pell Grant recipients. So it's, again, the number of awardees over those 4 years. And I won't go into this extensively, but I did want to say, and I should go to one more slide. This shows the California Promise Grant recipients and how many students are in those categories. Because if students get an associate degree and they're a low-income student, we get more points. And just to give you an example, if a student gets an associate degree for transfer, that gives us $1,760. If they're also a Pell Grant recipient, we would get an additional $666, and if they're a California Promise Grant recipient, an additional $444. So they're trying to award the colleges based on the completion of students who are most in need of completing. Okay, and I'll ask Dr. Munoz to join me for this slide. These are some of the activities in both of our areas that we're focused on to continue to grow the completions, grow the FTES, and grow the Pell and California Promise. Did you want to speak first, group?
Sure. So just some of the key activities, and they have been brought before the board at different points in time, but we implemented Campus Logic, and so that is a workflow process that allows students to submit all of their financial aid documents for verification online. So a big barrier is getting a parent's signature, completing all these forms. Sometimes you turn the forms in and they're not accurate, and so it delays the award. Now students can literally hand the phone to their parents. They can sign with their fingertips. It won't accept inaccurate forms, so it's checking for accuracy, which then helps kind of prevent any delays in disbursement or barriers for students. We've also implemented QList, which is a virtual line system. It doesn't necessarily replace the wait times. Obviously, the wait times are still what they are during key peak periods of the year. But what it does is it prevents the student to have to stand physically in a line for 3.5 hours. So if you're a student and you have to make a choice, get my financial aid forms in and stand in a 3-hour line, or go take care of my siblings or go to work, you're probably not going to stand in a 3-hour line, right? And so that's the idea, is that QList kind of removes some of that barrier. We've also had a lot of attention around financial aid improvements and workshops. We've changed some of the, where there's flexibility in Ed Code, we've changed some of the ways in which we package students that will maximize and increase the number of students who are eligible. So by increasing the eligibility pool, and so we're able to increase the number of students we award. We've paid a lot of attention to our local high school feeder schools with our high school recruitment and matriculation activities by taking what used to be, you come to us for those services, we bring them out now to the high schools. And so we're delivering all those key services on campus, on site at our local high schools. And so we've made some very strategic investments in hiring additional staff members, not on the general fund, but on student equity and achievement program funding, to be able to bolster the staff in those areas to really give students those high touch services that they need. Also, we've implemented Summer Viking Voyage. So our Viking Summer Voyage is really about making sure students are, it's really tailored to get to the idea of, we want our students to persist. So it's not enough about access and just getting students to come to Long Beach City College, but we want to equip them with the skills and the experiences that will help build their efficacy and help them succeed here when they're with us. And then lastly, we've, through much of the board's support, as well as Dr. Romali, we are really focusing on the Center for Basic Needs and building out some of those services, so that we know that many of our students are, when we think about barriers to completion, basic needs gets in the way. And so we're making some very strategic investments in ensuring that we're doing our very best to support those students that we may lose because of some unmet basic needs.
Okay, and just briefly going down the bottom of the list, we've had a number of facilities improvements, our Welcome Center, the new renovations in the library, which are beautiful, curriculum development. I'm particularly proud of the cultural curriculum audit because in that activity, faculty have been looking at their courses, looking at their course outline of record, looking at their teaching practices, looking at their grading practices, trying to create more welcoming and inclusive classrooms for our students. And that has been a huge, huge success. But Guided Pathways, the trades are back. I think everybody knows the trades are back. Adult education, online expansion. Our online class percentage is growing and growing and growing and will continue to grow. And you already heard about OER. So those are some of the things in the academic affairs section. Thank you.
And I actually get to brag about a couple of the items on this list as well, because all activities that we do contribute in some way, shape, form, or fashion to the success of our students. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing them. But as far as system support go, I think you're aware that we're undergoing a PeopleSoft upgrade over the Thanksgiving break to 9.2. As a result of that, we're going to have a far better improved student engagement experience, as well as a faculty aspect that really brings it all together. Really excited about that. We also implemented at the last half of last year as a pilot program, it's now in full swing, NailNet, which allows students who do not have financial aid to cover their full cost of attendance to make payments over the course of the semester, as well as systems of support by IT and the rest of the team for our areas of all the other systems that have affected both student services and academic affairs. Those are not, however, the only areas of cost as we look forward. And again, as we're in a deficit spending situation, we do try and leverage restricted programs, grants, try and find ways about it, but there are instances where we are going to have to spend money today to make money tomorrow. And in addition to those specific activities, what I want to share with you in this illustration is how every single new student we get actually costs us money and results in deficit spending. And it's a dynamic that's really interesting and a result of the hold harmless. So here, you'll see that the green line is our funding. It's about $125 million. It'll go up a little bit by COLA, but that is our funding until we hit some point in the future after 22-23 when it'll shoot through the roof. And I will tell you, if we get to 20,000 FTES, using today's rates, before they rebench them, we will be fine. We will exit with more money. We won't lose money. However, during the interim, in 18-19, we got $125 million. If we get more students, we don't get more money, we just get more students. It's a great thing. We've got to do it. But what goes up are our costs. Faculty costs, operational costs. And that gets replicated each and every year until we exit hold harmless. And that all equals increased deficit spending. And then when you combine that with the specter of potential state deficit in revenue, which again, 2/3 of the other colleges really want to happen, then you actually get less money as we're growing. So this is an area of intense concern for us. And I did want to share this with you because as we start to refine our outlook, our projections for future years, we will be including the impact of this dynamic. That as our enrollment grows, I might come to you between the second quarter and the third quarter and say, our deficit increased. And it's a good thing because our students increase, but it is another pressure and it is something that we are trying to balance. And so it will impact a lot of the decisions and how we invest our resources to serve our students today, but do it in a way that's fiscally responsible so that we can continue to serve them. And so what are our next steps? Number one, we've got to advocate for ourselves. And we're doing it as staff from a number of different perspectives. Dr. Romali is leading the charge in a huge way. And of course, we'll need your help as well. It is critically important that we remember that in the end, funding for us is an equity issue. And equity does not mean fairness from a perspective of funding. we are also going to track very closely any of these future changes to the student-centered funding formula. Unless they give us a deficit today, these changes won't affect us today. But like I said, according to our calculations using the current rates, if we get to 20,000, we'll survive exiting hold harmless. But if they change the structure of the student-centered funding formula enough, that could change that. But simultaneously, we're going to monitor our progress towards our goals. We have, for all of it, we say they're conservative. These are all growth goals in this environment, and we believe we can achieve them. But we want to make sure that we send out the red flag the moment it looks like we can't, because that means we need to shift. We need to assess, what are we doing? Is it no longer effective? Do we need to add another layer? We need to do that on a continual basis, and that's why all these numbers are in our minds all the time. And then lastly, as that happens, as we decide we need to implement a new activity, as we need to adjust the formula funding, then that means we need to update our revenue projections. We need to continue to keep our eye on that. And so what that means is that more than a normal year, you're going to see variances in our budget projections. And that's because we're living in highly uncertain times. But so on behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank you for your time and attention. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Baxter?
Yeah, thank you, President Malauulu. I just want to give you a little history lesson. When Beverly O'Neill was president of the college, we took in more students than we were paid for. But Beverly felt that was a public relation, that you don't turn around, you don't turn away residents. I will not name names, but future presidents thought that was a dumb idea. And one president said, I will not take one more student than I'm paid for. And so we turned away students, and that's how we lost that large college status. And it has taken this long and this much public relations, and again, an outstanding job by President Romali and the PR people who are still here, to bring those people back. And so I want to caution you, you know, even when you come to us and say there's a potential deficit, we've got to look at the big picture, that we are here to serve the community, and we need to take students when they want to come to us. And just my soapbox.
That's very good. Thank you.
And I think we are all in agreement.
Trustee Zia?
I wanted to commend you for a job well done. In one of the categories that you presented, I didn't write down the slide. Are we considering international students as well? That's something I know it's being discussed nationally, and I know it's declining, but is that something we're focusing on as well, or perhaps should we?
I can answer that.
I can talk to the data first. That let me defer.
No. I can say yes, we are considering it. We had a meeting with College of the Canyons a few weeks ago. They were very hospitable and walked us through all of the major details of their programs. We have an upcoming meeting with Santa Monica College that is very well known for international programs. And we will be considering making an investment to start looking at revenue in that regard.
Okay, I'd certainly be very interested in that, because I know that's one of the highest moneymaker for the Ivy League schools, and it may be a little bit of an insurmountable task to take that on in competition, but considering the scale and considering the price tag, I think it would be something that we can really attract students from across the globe because of our low cost comparatively speaking to four-year institutions. And I'd certainly be curious to get that data, and I'll be supportive of that and generating more revenue and enrollment.
And to answer your question, non-resident students are not included in the totals on this slide, on slide 14.
Right, but we do have data on them, correct?
We absolutely do.
Okay.
We absolutely do.
So
But
perhaps
just
at some point,
absolutely.
it'd be nice to see it. Yeah.
Just on that particular point, have we seen, in my mind, I have it that we're seeing a real decrease in international students because of the federal government's immigration policies. Is that true?
So I know in the last year we did have a slight decline. Our numbers tend to fluctuate somewhere between the high 90s and about 130 students. We're a little over 100 students right now for this year. So we're not on the high end of our range that we usually are, but we're still above where we were last year.
But I mean, and I know that the truth is always in the details. But what I'm worried about, I mean, we want to make sure that we're getting a return on our investment.
Sure.
And and there are a lot of moving parts in this. And if it's a great revenue producer and we feel confident that we can land students that will produce that revenue, it seems like a great idea, but we have to figure all those parts out.
All right, any other questions?
Can I make one other
Sure.
comment about this? And that is, you know, I commend you all on how well thought out you are on what it is that we're trying to do and what we have to do, especially in such an age of uncertainty and without knowing about what the future of the funding formula is and without knowing a lot of things that are beyond our control. And we'll see how this all works out. I think it's very important at this moment in time that we hold hard to as little deficit spending as possible, because that's a downward spiral, and once you get into it, it's very difficult to get out of it. And I know you've got great policies and programs moving forward. As I can see in the list of examples of the things that we're trying to do to shore all this up is truly amazing. But one of the jobs we saw in the accreditation presentation today is to make sure of the financial health of the institution, and so we have to be very concerned. I have lived through at this college one huge downturn, and the results of that were incredibly painful and required us to make very difficult decisions, and we want to avoid that if at all possible, because that too is corrosive, and we want people to feel safe, secure, and that they can get an education here.
I agree. Thank you very much. You know, that was a great report. I know that it's late, and I know everyone's tired, and although it was lengthy, it was valuable, and the information that you shared was really important, particularly with regard to the numbers and where we are to achieving our large college status once again, which hopefully we can achieve within the next year. I think we're on track to do that. So thank you very much. And again, I'm a big fan of the work that's being done with student services. So just an amazing job. I really feel like, and I've said this before, I feel like the college is experiencing a renaissance when it comes to that, more student-centered. Just every activity really is showing an effort to serve students. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm going to continue on the agenda with item 9.1, and that is also Vice President Dr. Munoz. If there's, it's an information item only if you'd like to comment on that. If not, I will refer everyone to the attachments, so it's up to you.
I have questions.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Dr. Munoz was just getting ready to speak.
Oh, are you presenting? I didn't realize you're presenting.
I was just going to refer to the executive summary and highlight some of the key accomplishments to date that are somewhat new from the last summary. and then just kind of walk you through some of the key elements. So just, I think, to acknowledge some of the accomplishments to date that have occurred since the last time a summary was before you. I'm very pleased to report that the Long Beach City College Foundation successfully revised their Articles of Incorporation to include language that will allow us to receive donations from the LA Food Bank. That was a barrier for us to be able to expand our food bank, our Viking Vault on campus, and so now with that language in there, we have the ability to fully apply to the LA Food Bank to be a recipient from them, as well as we have fully submitted all the health department forms to request so that we can be fully permitted for the expansion of our Viking Vault. So those are very exciting updates, as well as we're making significant progress thanks to Vice President Drinkwine and her team around some of the enhancements to the spaces that we've identified. So as you know, we had hoped to be in QQ 104 and I believe it's E133 or 134, don't quote me on the number, for LAC by fall, and unfortunately there was some hiccups in the timeline, but we're really on track right now, and so it's really exciting. We're going to be in a place where we will have expanded services and a location to fully support basic needs. Also, what you will find in the executive summary, and I apologize, it should have said draft, and it didn't on this part, but we are working with some of the key folks in the department to identify not only some structure to how we supervise and coordinate, but also some potential roles and responsibilities, as well as some deliverables and charges for the Office of Basic Needs, as well as the new program manager, which I hope to be able to sit down with the subcommittee to be able to expand on this. Also, lastly, I would just kind of highlight in terms of some of the numbers, we wanted to provide you with some data. So one of the things I requested from the team so that you can see in every executive summary that comes before you is the progression of month by month, but the number of students we're serving.
Oh, good.
So Dr. Romali has really instilled in us the need to be data-driven and data-informed. And so we want to make sure that we're putting not just qualitative data, but hard numbers in front of you so that the board can kind of monitor the progress as well. So that's just a quick overview of some of the key highlights that I think are a little different from previous summaries that have been before you.
Trustee Zia?
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. This is fantastic write-up, and you are right. We're very data-driven, and Superintendent President, with her great acumen and leadership, recognizes that and has instilled it in you guys. With that, I just want to just bring to your attention a couple of observations from this report, and that's, I understand, I'm really grateful that you have provided statistics that are current, but it seems to me that it is more county-wide. I'd like to get updated statistics district-wide. I think the last statistics that we had was in 2017 when Institutional Effectiveness did their polling and voluntary reporting of the students. So I'm more interested in our district, how we're doing. I like this reference, so perhaps you can provide that to us on the next round. I love your references about making sure we humanize the situation. Trustee Baxter and I have been hard at work since 2014 and 15 to really make it in such a way that our students feel safe in coming to us. I want to just point out, or perhaps ask for you to elucidate for me. So we have it seems like we have a basic needs coordinating council, and that's comprised of yourself, Elisa Kirkwood, Dr. Kirkwood, Deborah, Diana Lohe, and then a whole bunch of other people that I'd like to know who's on the council, and what's the purpose of the council, and what's the purpose of the advisory group.
Sure.
If you can help me understand that.
Definitely. So, like I mentioned at the start, I apologize. This should have said draft, so this hasn't been fully implemented yet. This is what I'm essentially proposing as a structure. So, in part, some of the feedback that I've gotten is, and as well as just being observant and listening to board priorities as well, right? As a board, is that we want these efforts to be well coordinated, and we want students to make sure that they're leveraging all the different resources, right? So that folks are not operating in silos. So what I suggested is that there needs to be a basic needs coordinating council that comes together regularly as kind of the heads or the leads of some of the key stakeholders that are really on the ground working directly with students. This is just a sample of some folks that might be at that coordinating council. The advisory board, the concept of the advisory board is very similar to what you see in EOPS. So EOPNS is required to have their own advisory board. The transfer center is required to have their own advisory board. CTE programs are also required to have their own advisory boards. The concept is to then begin to engage maybe folks who are not directly affiliated with LBCC. These might be some community partners that might have access to resources that we want to cultivate relationships with. These could also be folks that have really specific content knowledge that can help and better inform our practice, so that we have both the coordinating council that ensures that the services are well coordinated, that we're not duplicating efforts, that we are being very intentional of working together and breaking down silos. And then the advisory board works alongside the coordinating council to better inform their practice, as well as to cultivate new and continuing relationships. So that was kind of the initial conceptual design, but we're open to different models. This is what we see in other departments, that kind of structure.
Okay, because I see overlap between who's on your council and who's on the advisory board, and it seems either redundant or superfluous. And I would suggest that if they're going to be serving as advisory, they shouldn't be in the core group. They're advisory, and perhaps considering that. And we do have a different representative that has been assigned to us by Supervisor Han's office. I just want to make sure you know. It seems like you've already outreached, but the supervisor herself assigned someone that I can certainly
that would be helpful.
Recommend to you for the advisory, and they're the ones who he's the one who set up the peer navigator, and I'm happy to give that to you. But I do caution that, just like with anything else, when the task forces or the advisory boards or a council, I hate to get into this process. As you know, as an engineer, I'm more about making things happen and implementation and execution. Versus death by committee and meetings. So, and when you have a lot of people, the groupthink happens. And I would just suggest that we be mindful of that and make sure we're not only efficient but effective to address this incredibly imminent issue. I would hate for a bunch of people to get together and have great ideas, but when it comes to execution, it's this slow burn approach. I would like to have more expediency in that regard. And as far as some of the things that I would suggest, just being a little bit more cognizant and weaving, we do have the carpenters who contributed quite a bit of, I believe it was roughly 200 boxes, and I don't see that anywhere in the accomplishments today. And I think it's just an inadvertent oversight. And so let's highlight that in the reports. And then is this something that you can provide us perhaps with the summary in the upcoming sessions with some of the action items that have come out of these advisory meetings or meetings you've had, some of the takeaways, action items? I'm assuming someone is going to be taking meeting minutes and following those tasks, because I find that a lot of times when people have a lot of meetings, just having action items and setting a deadline and then reporting back to the board so that it'll show up in your deliverables and charges, so we can better have an understanding of milestones that you're targeting and what we can tell the community and tell our students in case it were to come up. Those are just some of my main observations, and I really applaud you. This is really comprehensive. I love it. And I love the fact that you are distilling how many students, how many visits, how many events that essentially we've served them. I like that a lot, and I'd like to encourage you to expand on that. And those go a long way in the specificity. And then lastly, on your RFP update, when are we, how's that looking? Because it was due on the 15th. And
I'll defer to Vice President June-Guan on that item.
Thank you. We have about 5 or 6 responses, which is phenomenal. And we have established our evaluation team. And so now we are putting the hard schedule for the evaluation team. We are trying to respect people's time over the holidays coming up. A lot of the work is independent. Each of the members will be reviewing each of the proposals in depth. But we are looking forward to, and I don't want to give you a month because it is difficult with the holidays, but we will be having the process performed as quickly as possible, knowing that the high quality people we have on our evaluation team are high quality because they are busy people, and several from the external agencies. But hopefully we'll be able to come to you shortly with a recommendation for a contract award.
Okay, well, I just invite us not to have the process hamstring us and not get into a mode of process over form or form over substance. And then lastly, you state here that you visited today a Orange Coast College. Is that, what are some of the takeaways that we can glean from?
I visited along with Dr. Scott, along with Dr. Alicia Kirkwood, and along with Aaron Murphy, as well as Walter Johnson. It was a really valuable experience to look at what Orange Coast is constructing for student housing, and especially to understand the differences in what their goals are and what our goals are. They have a beautiful facility. It's well thought out, and it will meet their purposes wonderfully. Their purposes are different than ours. For instance, their highest, let me start with the lowest. Their lowest cost unit, they do not have any bunks. They have an approach with an apartment-like setting, full kitchens and baths within each unit. Their cheapest opportunity is for $995 a month. Their most expensive is a studio apartment type arrangement, and that is $2,050 a month, and they are sold out. So their goals were to provide affordable, they describe it as affordable, lowercase a housing in their area. They're roughly about 5% lower than market rates. So it is a better deal for their students than what they could otherwise get, but they have a different population. I look forward to reaching out to Santa Rosa. They also have a project going on, and I also look forward to getting the results of the feasibility study because obviously we have a greater eye towards affordability with a capital A.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, Dr. Munoz, as always, very thorough and informative. Trustee Otto, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I apologize, but I have to leave. I have a professional obligation that started at 9 o'clock that I have to leave for. But all we have left are the report outs from people, and so I think I've been here for the entire substantive agenda.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're moving on to section 10 on the agenda, 10.1, Academic Senate President. Jerry?
Thank you. Good evening. You may be aware that Pepsi has the pouring rights at the college, so I apologize for you Coca-Cola fans. But that contract has managed through the auxiliary board under the direction of Marlene Drinkwine and Bob Raposa. One of the benefits of this partnership is that Pepsi underwrites college scholarships and the auxiliary for funding grant projects. The application process for the grants is open to the entire campus community. The maximum amount for a single grant is $10,000, which is a nice sum. The ultimate determination for awards is how it will benefit student success. This is always a fun effort for the auxiliary board, as many creative ideas with regard to programming, events, equipment, and excursions come forward for review. This year, 6 projects were selected with the range of funding from $2,800 to $9,628. And those projects are the LBCC Jazz Ensemble Performance will participate at the Generations Jazz Festival in New Orleans. The Trades Architecture Program is doing a Reflect Design Build, a competition for architecture students that will be held at Cal Poly Pomona. Anatomy models for learning and academic resources will be purchased for the tutoring centers. A weekend trip to Morro Bay for the Geology Club with an opportunity for unrepresented students to learn more about field work, career experiences, from the Math Club, quantum levitation. I can hardly say it. Build and demonstrate, so they will have an opportunity to create that. And then finally, AGS has asked for supplies for the Viking closet. So of the 6 proposals that were accepted, we had more than that, but of the 6 proposals that were accepted, I'm really pleased to let you know that 4 of those were from the new faculty cohorts. So I just think it's really exciting that the new faculty are getting involved. At last week's College Planning Committee, we extended the conversation on regularly scheduled agenda topics to include an in-depth look at the upcoming accreditation process. Dr. Heather Van Valkenburg, who will be serving as the Accreditation Liaison Officer, and Jennifer Holmgren, Director of Planning, did really a marvelous job, as you saw tonight, giving an overview of the entire process, which will conclude in the summer of 2022, when ACCJC presents their findings back to the college. Leading up to that, we will be working to gather the evidence requested by the standards, writing the report itself, vetting the report with all campus constituents for feedback, forwarding the report to ACCJC, and then welcoming the team to LBCC to give them an opportunity to see the information in our report come to life. The Academic Senate will be seeking letters of interest from full-time faculty who would like to be considered as the Accreditation Steering Committee faculty tri-chair, as well as faculty who are interested in serving as the co-chairs for the standard subcommittees. It is our hope to have folks in place prior to the first official training, which is scheduled for January. This week will be the last College Culture Friday activity for the fall semester for the Photogenic 14, our current new faculty cohort. Following the Thanksgiving holiday break, they will be having their final probationary tenure review meetings with their committees, and then it will be finals week. I have so enjoyed serving as Faculty Professional Development Coordinator for the last 5.5 years. What an amazing opportunity to welcome, mentor, and champion the newest members of the Long Beach City College faculty. And I will personally be reaching out to all of the administrators, faculty, and staff who have so graciously over that time given of themselves, their time, their efforts, their expertise to speak to the cohorts. While many colleges have brief orientations for their new faculty, Long Beach City College has set a standard of excellence. We spend 2 days each August at both LAC and PCC orienting our new faculty. But then we invest an entire year through College Culture Fridays, introducing them to campus administration, teaching them about process and procedures, familiarizing them with campus resources, exposing them to the best teaching practices, encouraging them to participate in campus activities, and making them feel like an integral part of the Viking family. This is a huge effort and simply would not be possible without the support and the collaboration of the Academic Senate, our Senior Office Assistant, Catherine Conchata, affectionately known as Catherine the Great, LBCCFA and their President, Diana Ogamachi, Dr. Mike Munoz, Vice President of Student Support Services, Dr. Kathy Scott, Vice President of Academic Affairs, and last but in absolutely no ways by least is our Superintendent President, Dr. Romali, who never ever misses an opportunity to show up. So I thank you. It means so much to them. In the spring, Suman Mondanari will be stepping in as the new Faculty Professional Development Coordinator. She arrived on campus 7 years ago now as part of the Fabulous 42 faculty cohort. She currently serves as an LAC Senator, a faculty member in the Computer Science Department. She's actively involved in equity efforts across the campus, and she's a member of the LBCC FA Rep Council. She's excited to take on this new role, and we are excited to have her. I welcome her with open arms, and I pledge to her my full support. Finally, I really want to congratulate Long Beach City College because we have the great good fortune to be under the leadership of Dr. Reagan Romali. The slides that you opened with today were off the charts. It is so wonderful to work for somebody who says, "What do you need? How can I help? And I'll stay out of your way." We've never had a cheerleader like you in a very long time, and it is wonderful to be part of your team. I thank you so much. If that's what we can do in just such a short amount of time, I can't wait to see what you're going to let us create for our students in the future. So that concludes my report. Have a very happy Thanksgiving.
Very good, thank you. Cece, 10.2, Classified Senate President.
Yes, thank you. So 2 things from Superintendent President Romali's report earlier sparked my interest. And I have spoken about this here before, but she was quite correct that the atmosphere of the college community is vibrant with innovative and positive changes happening, and it's a good time to serve. I know I've said that before, but it's really true. She also mentioned the collegial relationship between the senates and the unions, and there is indeed a positive, collaborative, and renewed and improved relationship between the constituency groups this semester. We are especially gratified, the Classified Senate is especially gratified to see the work being done by the Classified Union, especially with more open communication and newsletters and so on. So as Jerry was mentioning, lately we've been working hard and preparing for accreditation. So for the first time, the Classified Senate will be selecting members of the steering committees as well as the overall Classified Steering Committee tri-chair. So when I agreed to be run for Classified Senate President, it did not occur to me that accreditation would be part of my 2-year term. Didn't even, since it's not till 2022, right? So it's been an interesting process so far, with a large learning curve for all of us, and we're really looking forward to being an integrated part of the process. And I just want to say that Jennifer Holmgren has been incredibly helpful to us, you know, phone calls, a walk in her office, things like that. So now I have a story. I'd like to commend our Senator Elizabeth Gallardo, Liz, from Learning and Academic Resources at PCC. She recently had the idea of creating a list of LBCC departments and programs that are accepting donations, because we get these flyers and they're all over the place, and so food and clothing donations between now and the end of the semester. So she brought this up, but it ended up being a collaborative project with Liz and a number of classified members, not on the council, just people that we solicited information, and they started this email thread. And they ended up developing quite a long list, which we shared with the classified body this week. And Liz wrote, "There's no better way to give this season than to our Viking family. It was just a small but powerful thing, but it really fired us up because we've been concentrating so heavily on participatory governance, representation for the past 2.5, 3 years, which that's our main mission. But it was really gratifying to work on a community building type of project. So we have a couple meetings coming up, and it's brought up a lot of conversations about what we can do in the future to do some more community building like that. So that's what's going on with us. Thank you so much."
Really good stuff, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna move on to board trustee reports, item 10.3. Trustee Zia, do you have a report? Trustee Baxter?
Yes, I'm ready. One thing, and Dr. Munoz, this is not your fault, but this could be part of your report, and that is that the athletic director, Bill Husak, had sent a request to the homeless committee and for peanut, and this sounds so little, but Cece, it has to do with what you were talking about, and that is peanut butter and jelly to serve to the athletes when they go for they have like a study hall. And so Di Lohe sent over 2 cases of peanut butter. Now we need jelly. So put that on your list. And then the thing about bread, you got to have fresh bread. You can't serve them day old. Well, I would say go to the day old bread store because that's me. But anyway, so somehow we're going to bring up the bread. But I think that's a great example of everybody working together and very simple. And of course, the peanut butter came from the Carpenters Union. So that's where she got the peanut butter. All right, that was just a side note. All right, the things that I have done. Is it loud? Am I loud? Well, don't answer that. All right. The things I've done since the last board meeting. Attended the Lakewood Award of Valor Luncheon, the Hall of Fame dinner, which was fabulous. I was on the Rotary Scholarship Interview Committee for the Honors Club Rotary Scholarships. I met with the new Chief of Staff for Mayor Robert Garcia, whose name is Diana Tang. Was in with Trustee Uduak Entuk, the Veterans Day Parade. Attended the NAACP dinner. I spoke to Mary Thoit's Senior Center class. You may not know this, but I am an expert on First Ladies, and I also talked about the passage of the 20th Amendment and the 100th anniversary of the women's right to vote in the United States is August 26, 2020, so they wanted to know about how it passed and all that kind of thing. The CCEJ Jean Lenzner Award Ceremony, President's Partners for the Foundation, the California Retired Teachers Luncheon, at which Dr. Gary Scott and the band of the California Battalion entertained us. On Saturday, I was in charge of an author's luncheon. I belong to a group called American Association of University Women. We had a fantastic luncheon and presentation. Money raised goes for scholarships for Long Beach City College students, or I wouldn't have done it. And then on Sunday, we had our fabulous homeless event, and so many people from the college retirees, college faculty, college staff, college administrators, people who weren't there sent money, always important. And so we netted over $5,000. That's after expenses, and I thought that was really, really good. And then last night, I attended the Personnel Committee Commission reception for Thomas Hamilton. I don't know why I want to call him Thomas Marshall. Maybe I'm thinking of John Marshall. Doesn't make any difference. Thomas Hamilton, as he leaves his position on the Personnel Commission. So, have everybody have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Okay, but I want to share with you some of the things I've done this past month on behalf of the college. On October 24th, I attended the Halloween Blast, supporting Cal State Long Beach and the many fundraisers. They have this one fundraiser every year for many different campus entities. It was a great event. On October 29th, I was invited to attend the South Coast AQMD A meeting that they had a luncheon in the city of Linwood. And the subject matter was the harbor area air quality and water. So it was very interesting. October 30th, I attended the Encore fundraiser, and I had a great time getting to know Dr. Kathy Scott there. I didn't realize that we shared this common passion for Zora Neale Hurston and Alice Walker, and I had no idea that she had, was it your minor or your major, African American Studies? What was that?
Yes, I did my master's thesis on Zora Neale Hurston. Oh, wow. I know. See the things you don't know about me?
So,
I taught African American Lit when I was at another college.
See, that was really neat. We sat next to each other during this event, and I don't know how we got on the subject of Zora Neale Hurston, but we had this great discussion, so that was a highlight of my evening there. On October 31st, I just want to congratulate everyone on campus who dressed up. I love the pictures. I spent a lot of time clicking on them, enlarging them, looking at people's faces. I tried a couple years ago to have the board participate in a costume, and we did. This was during Eloy's time, and we were the social board. And my goal is to do that again. So maybe next year the board will dress up. On November 2nd, I attended 2 events. The first one I'm going to skip for a second, but I attended the Moore Park football game. And I got to participate in Josh and Brad's Redemption Project. I'm waiting for Redemption Episode 3. Not to put you on blast like that, but hello, it's almost been a month. But earlier in the day, I attended the dance recital, and check out this wonderful photo. I was very pleasantly surprised. Do you recognize anyone in that photo there? That's our very own Dr. Reagan Romali, and she is receiving a standing ovation. She did a fantastic job. Unfortunately, my kids were all over the place that day, so nobody in my family could attend except for me, and I just was wishing somebody was there so I could say, I know her. So she was amazing, Dr. Romali. It was really neat to see you up there, and I did not know that she was in the show, so I was surprised. Okay, on November 4th, just spent an amazing afternoon at College of the Canyons, and I'd like to thank Vice President Drinkwine for coming all the way to my job to pick me up, carpooling with me all the way, from here to San Pedro, and then we were in Santa Clarita, and then back, and then she had to go to Cerritos. So I just very grateful, and I just feel like really didn't have to do that, but you did, and I appreciate it. But it was a fantastic meeting, and we met with the chancellor, and we met with the staff at College of the Canyons, and got some incredible information about their international studies program. I was blown away by the financial incentive of the international student program. I mean, it was just like, wow. So definitely something that I'm happy that we are working on and expanding our existing program. Yeah, no, and she's a Hall of Famer too. Okay, on November 6th, I too was at the Lakewood Medal of Valor event luncheon. That's one of my favorite cities. Actually, it is my favorite City of Lakewood event every year. And then that evening, I was at the Hall of Fame, and it was a great event. I just think it was just a lot of fun. Being at the Hall of Fame event, and I had the privilege of inducting our new Hall of Famers for this year. November 14th, we had 2 events that day. In the afternoon, hold on, Dario, you're too fast, but that's okay. I'm sure Dr. Romali is ready for that picture to go, so we can flip back to that and just keep it there. So earlier in the afternoon, I attended the luncheon hosted by the Port of Long Beach for Women in Trade. Annual event, really good information. And then that evening we were at we also had the ad hoc committee meeting that day, touring the PC campus. So that evening we were at the Los Cerritos Country Club for the President's Ambassador event. And this is what you saw as you walked into the Los Cerritos Country Club there. I think that's Virginia Country Club, actually. So that's, you know what, I'm skipping another event. There was an event at Los Cerritos Country Club a couple of weeks before that I attended, and I forgot to share that at the last meeting, but I met somebody who had won a Grammy, and I forgot, an Emmy. I'll have to backtrack on that. But anyway, as you walked up to Virginia Country Club, what a sight. Look at that. These are our president's ambassadors. I love the diversity. I love the different age groups. I love the different ethnic representations of our president's ambassadors. So when I saw that, I said, hold on, guys, I have to take a picture. Okay, also that evening, I attended the EPIC Gala. Trustee Untuck received an award that night. It was a great community event. That week, this past weekend that just passed, there was, for the first time ever in the city of Long Beach, the California Democratic Party convention. So I attended numerous events there, hosted a couple of events. And then this past Monday, that's the Banning High School photo, Dario. I was very fortunate to be able to partner with my alma mater high school. The principal there and 2 assistant principals attended the meeting, as well as Dr. Munoz's staff. They did a great job, and really making an effort to reach students that are not necessarily in our immediate district, but do attend LBCC. So it was a very productive meeting, and we laid the groundwork for some additional recruiting efforts in the future. It was really well done. I was very proud of both institutions that day. I was proud of my high school alma mater and also the community college that I serve. Yesterday, I attended the Guided Pathways meeting, another very productive event. And before I close, I have one final picture, but I'm not there yet, Dario. So before I get to that last picture, I just want to wish everybody a great, happy, healthy Thanksgiving next week. And I would like to share with you that this past Saturday, November 16th, some of you already know this, but I had the incredible privilege of officiating a wedding between, yes, it was quite a thing. It was quite a thing. And I was able to unite in marriage, and I'll share with you how that all came about some other time. But one of my ILWU union brothers, Local 94, with one of our very own LBCC professors, faculty member, see if you recognize her in the photo. She's an English professor here, Dr. Margaret Shannon. So it's not a secret. There were a lot of people there in attendance at the wedding, the entire English department practically. Dr. Margaret Shannon, and that is her husband, and they approached me a couple months ago and thought, because of my position with the college and the union, and it was just really neat to be able to serve, and that's their family, their newly blended family, and the wedding was in Palos Verdes this past Saturday. So I just want to close with that photo, congratulate the newlyweds, and thank them for allowing me to serve them in that capacity. And that's my report. Isn't that cool? Okay, so now we're going to move on to board travel. I don't think we have anything on board travel.
You will next time.
Sure. We've got the CCLC conference beginning tomorrow. As far as trustee committee reports, you did hear our reports earlier. I just want to reiterate to everybody in attendance that I do apologize for any error in my short-sightedness in executing the Labor Center, and I will make it right. We will have meetings and town halls, and I actually think it's a great opportunity for me to get out there more and talk about this great project more, and get in the community and get in go around college and talk about something that has been a vision of mine for some time. So I'm looking forward to it, and I have no problem extending till March or June or next summer this event once we have everybody's support and everybody on board. And I will go on a Labor Center circuit. So watch out, because I'm going to be on tour. So I'm looking forward to it. All right, anything else? Do we have any public comments on non-agenda items? Okay, we will not go through with the second closed session item.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'd like a vote on that. We have a quorum, and I'd like to go back and have our item closed out for a second closed session. So I call to take a vote on whether or not we should have another closed session.
Okay, so it's been called to vote on whether we should go to a second closed session. Roll call vote, please, Madam Secretary.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye. I mean, we voted on the contract, right? That's what it was?
No, it's the second closed session on item 1.6 on the two potential cases.
Okay, aye. Then we will have a second closed session item. Okay, motion carries. Now, what I would like to do while everybody's still here, I will adjourn the meeting formally after the second closed session, so that will happen. But right now, for the benefit of the public, I would like to adjourn this meeting in memory of the Owaida family, who unfortunately was, all three members were killed on October 31st as they were steps from their home, walking home. They are actually my constituents. They live in my college district, in my college area. And the father is Joey, the mother is Raihan, and their son, Omar. So to the Owaida family, we'd like to extend our deepest condolences, and we'd like to adjourn today's meeting in their memory. Thank you, everyone. It is 9:49. We're going into second closed session.